Do you believe? I believe. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another edition of The Nightmare Hunter here on NDB Media. And of course, my illustrious co-host, the man who's really responsible for tonight, for the universe, for the world marching on as it does. The man who is, of course, D.A. Roberts. Hi, D.A. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Raj. We already got our first like from Josh Jones.
Yes, and I believe he sent me a text message as well. Josh, I believe it was from Josh. I have not programmed it, but or no, I do not know. I do not know who sent this one. So I want to thank everyone. A DA sent me a text message. 419 area code also sent me another message. So I want to know. I want to thank you, folks. I was not feeling well. I was telling DA that, yes, we have another like already. I was telling
Thank you,
DA,
Todd Hunter.
yes, Mr. Hunter, good evening. And, it is Josh. Okay, Josh, I had your number, Josh. Apparently I have another number. Thank you. Thank you, young man. I did not see my messages. I was telling DA that, first of all, on Saturday night, I was terribly embarrassed because not only was I nodding off, I was listening when they said something about I'd raised my hand, but there was a moment where apparently I really fell off the chair and I shot up with a smile and I said, okay, program's about me now, time to go. And I typed out a message to everyone saying, hey guys, I'm sorry, I'm tired, thank you, goodbye, good night. I didn't want to make a big deal of it, but when you almost fall and hit your head, falling asleep, it's time to go. And I did. But I was listening to everything. It was funny. They thought I'd fallen asleep. And they mentioned me by name, but I did put up my hand. I'm listening. But yeah, so in behind me, back my back in the soft spot under my shoulder blade, and think of my spine and my right shoulder blade right in that little quadrant right there. I am feeling something that is, it's hurting me. It hurts a great deal. I was about to say it hurted, but I'm not going to be the full Latin that I am. And I wanted to shave this week because I knew a Nightmare Hunter was coming, but it just...
I think the beard's classic. I think it looks good on you.
And I thank you, young man. I really do. But it's just something that it's got to go. When you can detect that there's a community meeting going on in your beard, it's time to commit beardicide. When they move in and they're having a community meeting about the length of your beard, it got to go. As I always tell everyone,
I'm keeping
when
mine.
there are life forms in your beard, it's got to go.
I'm keeping mine.
But as you all know, within a week, it's back. It's strange. It's gone.
Get you some good beard oil to rub into your beard after a shower. You'll never have a problem with your beard being stiff or anything like that.
Typical. That would be the only thing stiff in my life right now. So, you know what? Knowing that, I'm going to be a little more cognizant and appreciate the joys in life. Yes, just call me Stifler for my beard. I didn't realize it, but I am becoming an older version of Stifler. I easily, and I have no problem with that. Although Stifler is able to dance, I'm not able to dance. But Stifler is able. I don't want you to think about me because it's disgusting. But remember, folks, time to believe. I will say that I was also telling DA that I was... I guess I'm putting it out there. Forgive me for throwing some beans out there, but I just want to get through it real quick. There was a major... 2 weeks ago now, my wife was hospitalized, and she was... her sugar was 501. I'm not going to tell the joke anymore because it was a joke, and it's funny at the time. You all heard it. I'm not going to tell it again, but her sugar was 501. High blood pressure was out of control, and she was... I don't want to say... I can't think of the word. It wasn't catatonic. No. But she was confused. She was lost. There was no doubt about it. It wasn't nauseated or anything. It just wasn't all there. And she did get out late that Friday, and we were able to get her medication, but due to a misunderstanding, because I wasn't there when they released her, blah, 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 I didn't see all the prescriptions. So they didn't get filled. Oh, oh. So she set up an appointment today, saw the regular doctor, and then she prescribed, and then we went in with the prescriptions, which I found because I went through her items. And you have to understand there's a language barrier. She only speaks Spanish. So, I think, the guilt. I think that's what it was really got to me today. So I kind of withdrew. But as soon as we got the medication around noon, she took all three. And DA heard my daughter and I arguing over dinner. So that's a good sign, I think. And I've talked too much already. So everyone in the chat room, let us know who you are, where you hail from. We'd love to know where you guys are at. DA, it's over here in Southern California at 7:06 p.m. and it's 58 degrees.
58 degrees. We're showing 78.
That's rather odd. It should be.
Yeah, it's usually you're warmer than us.
Yes.
But it was a beautiful day today. Got my first COVID shot today of the two.
Oh, well, you know the story about mine.
Yeah,
I didn't get it done.
I didn't get the one and done. I haven't really noticed anything other than my arm's a little sore.
I should have noticed something was wrong because my arm was not sore. So, but we'll leave it at that.
And in about 4 weeks, I get the second one. So
good for you. Good for you. I'm one and done, so I don't recommend it. I'm not going to rip anyone because, look, my symptoms were headaches, all right? Headaches, okay? How can I complain? How can I, I did miss some time from work. It was significant, but thank goodness that's all it was.
And I'm definitely happy that's all it was, man.
Yeah. I mean, granted, the first day after, I did have a temperature. Actually, I did have temperatures for several days. Mm-hmm. I was running about 100. So, but the Tylenol has been working, and we'll see. So, just a little sore in the back of my, back there. Todd, what? I felt like a bus hit me the day after the second Moderna shot. Yeah. Todd, this is how bad it was for me. I was stupid. I drove the bus that hit me. Why? Because I made the decision to get that shot. So that's one of the few times that, I hit myself. And that wasn't even due to my Latin tradition. That was just the circumstances. Oh, my goodness. But, hey, folks, we have a lot to talk about. DA and I were spending hours, was that a temporal joke? Yeah, it was. 3 minutes before we go live, DA says, hey, Nightmare Hunter, what are we talking about? I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Just kidding. We exaggerate.
A little bit.
Yeah.
Just a little.
Just a little.
Just a little.
That might have been all of our preparation. Just a little.
Nur ein wenig, as the Germans would say.
Un poquito. Or as the Americans would say, you lost. Don't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't know why I said that, but I think that was funny. And of course,
funny.
And I appreciate that. And of course, being that I was born in Los Angeles, I was actually born at not Children's Hospital, Women's Hospital, right next to the original General Hospital that you see on television. The images of that hospital, where the ambulance comes right through there. I was just to the right of that image, which would be northwest of there, but whatever. And that part of LA is just outside of the downtown circle. So that is East LA. I was born in East LA. Orale!
That's funny. I used to love that song.
It's a funny song. I mean,
it is funny.
That
Pete
guy.
Morin is hilarious.
Talk about someone who doesn't take himself seriously.
He doesn't take anything seriously, I think.
And in that movie, it's so mean because remember, the little Indian farmer comes over to LA and he doesn't know what a phone is and he sees a picture of the Virgin Mary and the phone's ringing and someone's talking and he thinks it's the picture time. Oh my God, it's so rude and it's so mean and it's so damn funny. Oh man, yes, Todd. I do. I'm not making fun of you, Todd, but yes,
At
the
one
difference
point, I could
between you
sing
and
that
I.
whole song. That was a long time
Oh,
ago, though.
yeah, I think so.
Because I like
Yeah.
to do voices, so I would do it in
Oh
the Chiefs voice.
yeah, and I'm really envious of you, Da, that you really are able to do voices. And I was able to do accents years ago. I'm just out of practice, so that may be our shtick. We might be killing the audience if we do that, but it's all good. We're
Well,
just going to go
I got
ahead
to
and.
put the voice thing to good use when my boys were little. Because when I'd read them stories at night, because my wife or I would always read them bedtime stories, and they always wanted me to do the voices. So reading a Disney book to the boys, I would have to do the voices of all the characters, and some of them I did better than others, but the boys always got a kick out of it.
Oh, I hear you. Well, folks, we all can decide this is something we're talking about. I don't know if it was 2 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago, but we're now in the north of the world and Eurasia. So, and I didn't say your Asia, I'm saying Eurasia. So, whatever. That huge, massive landmass. And we're kind of east of Moscow. And that's what we're talking about going to visit tonight. And that would be the Dyatlov Pass incident. It is
Nice.
something that I did not know about up until maybe a year ago. And DA reminded me about it. And I know there is a movie in Russia about it, but I don't know if there's an English version. Da, is there?
I don't know. I wouldn't mind watching it. Uh,
There
there's
are documentaries.
Yes, there are. Um, and actually, there's a good number of books done on the subject as well. Just the other night, Saturday night, on DAX Machina, I actually had author Kat Dahman on, and she wrote
Yes.
Dyatlov Death Below Zero, the Dyatlov 9, and she did a tremendous amount of research. It's a very well put together book, and I think you'd get a kick out of it. Everybody would get a kick out of it. You check it out. You can find that at catd.com. It's on Amazon, but it's called Dyatlov 9 Death Below Zero, and she really presents a lot of compelling evidence, and she lets you draw your own conclusions, but at the same time, she gives you enough evidence where you can kind of figure out where it went. I don't want to give it away, but there's a lot of really good evidence in there. And she actually has autopsy and at the scene photos in the book as well.
Hmm. Yeah, there is quite a bit of info. The images are absolutely stunning, frightening, quite frankly. And so what was it? It was someone's camera
Mm-hmm.
that was found, and we have that one final image.
I think I have that image
Uh,
saved on my computer.
yes, we've had it. It's around. We'll find it. But that image is absolutely terrifying. It is just enough that you don't know what it is. It looks
Right.
familiar, but it is altogether frightening. And just very quickly, while DA does me the solid in doing that, we're going to go to Wikipedia, and I want to give them the credit. And very quickly, we're going to go and talk about this. And before we go any further, I apologize. We didn't put our announcements or disclaimers and all that good stuff. We're here to talk about real stuff. This is an opinion program laced with true opinions.
Exactly.
And our research and our study need you to understand that it is okay. Look up the word truth, and then you'll understand what I mean by the opinions that we have. But it is not in our intent to have you believe, but to understand our point of view. And we're not trying to dissuade you. We're not trying to convince you. We're just trying to share with you what we see and what we think. And I think that's the best way of doing it. We're not that stuck up. I mean, well, I am, but I don't take myself seriously enough that I could convince you to believe in what I believe. But if we take the journey together, I tell you, we learn a great deal. And sometimes we'll never see eye to eye, but there's an understanding. And folks, the greatest thing in human beings is being able to communicate. And even if we disagree, as long as we can communicate, things will be good. Don't you think, DA?
Absolutely.
I think so, because when people stop talking, there it is. Truth is subjective. Um, well, we'll be getting into that. There is a lot because I go with fact and I go with empirical evidence. Even though I am man of faith, I work with fact. And Josh probably took a little bit out of my sails when he mentions truth is subjective. I was going to get to that a little bit later, but yes, Josh, you're right on. But I'm not. I don't want to dismiss it because you need to understand the word truth, and we'll get to it. So anyway, far be it from me to want to begin lecturing anyone. The general has just given us a little bit of love. Thank you, General.
Thank you, El General. I have
El,
that picture already. I want to give a little background on it. The Dyatlov crew, the Dyatlov 9, as they were hiking through a section of woods, one of them just turned around and snapped a picture. It's not known whether or not they saw what was behind them, or if he just happened to catch it on film and and they were completely unaware. But this was on the undeveloped roll of film in the camera that was recovered from the scene where everybody had passed away. And then there's a slightly better, larger version there, and it's clearly, it's shaped like a person, but when you look at it, the proportions seem a little off. And unless the person was either naked or wearing a single color, which is unusual, it does kind of present as something covered in hair. But I can't say yes or no 100% because the picture's very grainy and also 70, 80 years old.
the Dyatlov Pass incident, or the Dyatlov group demise, was an event in which 9 Russian hikers died in the northern Ural Mountains between February 1st and 2nd of 1959 in uncertain circumstances. The experienced trekking group from the Ural Polytechnical Institute, led by Igor Dyatlov, had established a camp on the eastern slopes of Kholat Shikai. During the night, something caused them to cut their way out of their tent and flee the campsite while inadequately dressed for the heavy snowfall and sub-zero temperatures. After the group's bodies were discovered, an investigation by Soviet authorities determined that 6 had died from hypothermia, while the other 3 had been killed by physical trauma. One victim had major skull damage, 2 had severe chest trauma, and another had a small crack in the skull.
One was missing their tongue.
4 of the bodies were found lying in running water in a creek, and 3 of these had soft tissue damage of the head and face. 2 of the bodies were missing their eyes, 1 was missing its tongue, and 1 was missing its eyebrows. The investigation concluded that a compelling natural force had caused the deaths. Numerous theories have been put forward to account for the unexplained deaths, including animal attacks, hypothermia, avalanche, Carabatic winds, infrasound-induced panic, military involvement, or some combination of these. Russia opened an investigation into the incident in 2019, and its conclusions were presented within the last year in July of 2020, that an avalanche had led to the deaths. Survivors of the avalanche had been forced to suddenly leave their camp in low visibility conditions with inadequate clothing, and had died of hypothermia. Andrei Kuryakov, deputy head of the regional prosecutor's office, said, quote, "It was a heroic struggle. There was no panic. But they had no chance to save themselves under the circumstances." A study led by scientists from EPFL and ETH Zurich, published in 2021 earlier this year, suggested that a type of avalanche known as a slab avalanche could explain some of the injuries. Yeah, Josh, compelling natural incident. One final paragraph I want to read because it's good for you to check it out on your own. And I'm going to place that link in the chat room. And again, I'm all over the place. I forgot to mention, folks, if you want to join us, just let us know. If you have a story that you want told or shared, let us know. You're more than welcome to join us. This is a safe place, and we respect your story. And
Absolutely.
if you are not up to sharing your story in first person, we can work something out. So, um, I do want to say that I'm a little irritated with my brother because we went to see him for his birthday on Saturday. And I mentioned to him, dude, we're going live at 7. Well, DA is going live at 7. Come on. Well, everything finished up at about 6:45. I'm like, dude, 15 more minutes. All of a sudden, it got just a little too cold. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I think he was a little shy. He didn't want to be on tonight. Good evening, Roger Peacock. Thank you for the like as well, ladies and gentlemen. And
Roger, we
just
could arrange to interview your brother off the air and just play the video.
you're right. We will go ahead and do that. So once again, folks, let us know who you are and where you hail from. As
Thank you,
usual,
Roger.
this is the Nightmare Hunter. We're all over the place. The last paragraph that I really want to read to you is the fourth one. A mountain pass in the area has later been named Dyatlov Pass in memory of the group. In many languages, the incident is now referred to as the Dyatlov Pass incident. However, the incident occurred about 1,700 meters away on the eastern slope of Koyat Siaki. A prominent rock outcrop in the area is now a memorial to the group. It is located about 500 meters east southeast of the actual site of the final camp. And on the Wikipedia page, it's there. You can actually see the tomb, and I believe there are other images as well as the location of where it is. I should have paid attention. I forgot the Ural Mountains is the barrier between Asia and Europe, and it really is much closer to Europe than it is to the deepest parts of Asia, Russia. But if you check it out on that page that I placed a link in the chat room, or look it up, the Yatlov Pass incident on Wikipedia,
Yeah.
there are some images on there, and the tomb has 9 pictures of the deceased, as well as not the film, but you are able to see clearly where it is. And I was really surprised. What I know of Russia, I didn't realize Sverdlovsk was that close. Sverdlovsk is to the south, maybe southeast of there, but check it out. It's quite a bit of information. The individuals that were there, check it out, folks. Igor Alexeyev Dyatlov was 23, hypothermia. Yuri Nikolaevich Doroshenko was 21, hypothermia. Ludmila Alexandrovna Dubinina, 20, internal bleeding from severe chest trauma. The following 4, all hyperthermia. Oh, and she was 20. Grigory or Yuri Alayevich Korovenishenko was 23. Alexander Sergeyevich Kolevatov was 24. Female Zinaida Alexvina Kolmogorova was 22. Rustin Vladimirovich Slobodin was 23. Nikolai Vladimirovich, and this one, forgive me, Vladimir, Ethibu Brignols was 23, died of a fatal skull injury. Simonian Alexeyevich Zolotaryov was 38, severe chest trauma. And Yuri Yefimovich Yudin was 21. Left expedition on the 28th of January due to illness, died 27 April 2013 at the age of 75. So there were 10. DA, what does that say? What does Todd say?
It says, I heard a Russian investigator talk about the incident recently. I don't remember the name of it, or if it's the same one that wrote a book. The book you talked about, but very compelling.
Yes, and it's they were all very young. And
Mm-hmm.
even Simonian was 38. Folks, I remember 38. I was still invincible at that age.
Yeah, pretty much.
Um, Very quickly, Josh Jones again, Todd Hunter, Joshua Dalton, Roger Peacock, All Tower Media, and Thomas Whitney. All likes. Thank you, one and
Thank
all.
you.
I'm gonna have to write those names down before I lose them. If we get up to 30 likes, folks, of course there will be a $5 Amazon gift card. You never know what you could buy with that $5 Amazon gift card.
We made it to 28 the other night.
No problem. I'm gonna move my like army in 2 weeks, so we're good. Congratulations, that's our high now, folks. That is DA's high on his program.
And I took a screen cap to show you we weren't making it up. If you look right above my head.
I believe you, but okay, wow, and he has to show it right now. Good for you, DA. I'm glad you topped it by one.
One.
So that's good.
And it was at the last minute too. We were getting ready to close it down for the night.
Josh Dalton says World War II vet, more than likely at 38, so he'd seen hell mostly. Interesting. The gentleman who was 38 could very well have been Josh. He was born February 2nd, 1921. That would have left him 20 years old.
Likely would have fought in World War II.
At the very beginning of Operation Barbarossa. Wow. Yeah. You guys should check it out. Absolutely frightening. DA, would you show that image one more time? And again, folks, DA did mention that the last image, which was undeveloped, they were all undeveloped.
Mm-hmm.
Don't change, our wording. Just understand the way DA said that. I immediately said, "Oh, wait, they were all undeveloped."
Right. It was the roll of film that was still in the camera.
What the hell is that?
It could be a person wearing like some sort of camouflage, but I don't know. I mean, the proportions seem human-like, but to be out there where they were having to use Arctic survival gear, to be out there with no snowshoes, no obvious pack, where they're carrying a large amount of survival gear. This is just really, really weird, because they were miles and miles and miles from any form of civilization. To have somebody, dressed with, even if that is survival gear, there's no survival gear like a pack, or it just seems odd to me that somebody would be following them out there with no survival gear, no snowshoes, no cross country skis, nothing like that. Because clearly he's just knee deep in the snow.
Josh states, camera too old to even try and clean up. Todd has a wonderful comment. Can you imagine the survivor's remorse from the one that turned back?
He probably, suffered with that the rest of his life.
Yeah. I can only imagine. As I mentioned, there's the Wikipedia page has quite a bit of information. There's the one image which bugs me, that when they show up at the camp, they say that it was an avalanche.
Mm-hmm. But the camp wasn't buried.
Granted, they could have heard it, and I understand from skiers, you can hear it coming to you, and you can avoid it. But I'm stunned that based on the few images that we have, folks, I find it hard to believe that it was that.
Well, the evidence and the official Russian findings point toward an avalanche causing them to run out, and that could explain it. However, it could have also been a cryptid type creature that was bellowing and coming toward their camp, and they ran in terror. And that would also explain the staved in chests, the broken skulls. I'm not saying it was a cryptid, because we don't know. A lot of the evidence points toward it being being an incident, like a avalanche. But it doesn't explain literally. It doesn't explain everything. Nothing, no explanation brought forward explains everything. And because there's no witnesses and we've got no way to go back in time to check. But me being the cryptid guy that I am, part of me wants it to still be a cryptid. Wants it to be that horror story from the woods that the heart of a writer craves, because it makes for a better story, in my opinion.
I know we're only looking at a small slice of the pie, and for those of you that are Odin, a wild hunt people, you know what slice of the pie means. Uh, Look at it does. I don't understand how the the avalanche. I just don't get it. I just don't. But there is the item that I mentioned. I believe this is where they're all buried,
Mhm.
and I showed you a close up 2 images ago. And these we are giving credit; they are on Wikipedia. So I just need you guys to know that it's. I believe they said that this was 500 meters away from the actual incident.
Well, cryptid, avalanche, military experiment, whatever happened, it's still a tragedy because 9 people lost their lives.
And when you go back, they're children.
A lot of them were, yeah.
You can tell well, they were even the 38-year-old. I mean, look, okay,
Well,
obviously he's not, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, but we're talking post World War II Russia. The innocence was gone. Russia was brutalized during the German invasion. Even women and children. Hell, you can look back at the movies like Enemy at the Gates and stories from there, from that time. And there were Russian pilots, female pilots called the Night Witches, which would bombard German supply lines. Everybody fought in some capacity, even children. So even the very young would have been touched by that war. So you're calling them children maybe physically, but emotionally they were, well, hell, even to this day, Russia still bears the scars of World War II.
And folks, please don't take what I meant by children. I mean young.
Yeah.
In that, but I far be it from me to mess with the Russian spirit, the Russian psyche. Those people.
The spirit of the Rodina.
Very good, DA. Yes, you beat me to it. I have a client who's from Russia, and I asked him that. How long has it been since you've been to the Rodina? And he was like, "Oh, the Povich." Like, yeah. So I know several phrases in Russian, but not enough to have. Well, actually, I've been able to lie my way through several conversations. Why do I say lie? Because I got through it. That's all it was. There are additional images. I believe they're through Bing. Not all of the images are from, so I may go through them very quickly. But check it out. I'm going to go back to the image right now. And there it is. Look.
They were very happy. And they were all experienced hikers. This was not their first hike.
I'm not sure if this was them, but here it is. Look at that. This is what was left. The images, yeah, they're just bad. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, okay, and these other images don't apply, but I know some of them are like this one, but it's just absolutely frightening to know what happened. That they were experienced, they knew what they were doing, and they ran. What made them run? And that's the thing.
Honestly, I don't know. I'd have to look that up. They were executed at the Winter Palace.
No, actually, they were not. I beg to differ, DA. They were executed to the east. When you say area, Josh, that's Russia. Relative.
Yeah, Russia's
because of Russia's so big. Yes, they were on the right side of the mountains where they were executed, but I forget. Actually, A little bit of morbid trivia. If you take the not the Orient Express, but the Siberian Express,
Trans-Siberian Express.
the Trans-Siberian, you can go there. Yes. So, not wanting to be argumentative on that. It's just, yeah, they were the east of the Ural Mountains, and if you look it up, uh, Russian royal family, what execution?
Massacre.
Yeah. Uh, I don't know why, but I keep thinking of Katerinaburg, but I know it was in the eastern city. Um, Yekaterinburg. Oh, Yekaterinburg. Okay, but I said Katerinaburg, so they all sound alike. Sorry, wasn't trying to be stupid. You know I am. There it is, Josh. That's correct, General. Yes, Yekaterinburg. Yes, I said Katerinaburg. So
How far is that from Dyatlov Pass?
actually, I'm going to look it up right now.
Cool. Roger Peacock says,
"Oh my
I always heard
goodness!"
it was a secret Russian military test of some kind that scared them out of their tent and possibly to the arms of a pissed off territorial cryptid. That is one story that's out there. I mean, there's more than a dozen theories floating around. Everybody that's ever investigated has floated a slightly different theory. Um, it it could be anything. It could be a combination. Again, we'll never know. But considering the condition of some of the bodies, something traumatic happened, and I think
Josh,
more so just an avalanche.
forgive me, Josh. You're right. What a dog. I said Sverdlovsk, which was down near there. That's where Yekaterinburg is. That map that I showed everyone. I'm gonna go ahead and bring it up again. Check this out. Oh my goodness! All right, Josh. I bow to you.
Props to
Here
the general.
It's over here where it happened, Dyatlov,
Mm-hmm.
and Sverdlovsk is here, and Yekaterinburg is just about right over here. General, look, check it out. There, see it? See it on that map right there? For some reason, the points don't show up right here, but this is where Yekaterinburg is.
How far is that away in miles?
I don't know. I think it's kilometers.
Kilometers.
If this area is 498 square kilometers or 190 square miles, roughly, I would say that's within 60 to 70 miles away.
Not too far.
Probably even less than that, because remember, we're width, height, and all that stuff. But all right. Wow. Way to go, Mon General.
That's why he's the general.
I was rather dismissive of his comment. And so I said, well, what do we consider the area? And Josh, when I said that, I was thinking even further east. That's what I meant when I said, the area. So, Josh, I give it to you. Way to go, pal. Wow. As a matter of fact, the Cathedral of the Blood stands on the site of the Ipatiev house where the Romanovs, the last royal family of Russia, were executed in that city. That's crazy.
I Googled the distance of Dyatlov Pass to Yekaterinburg. It's 550 kilometers. That's what I just Googled.
I believe you. I believe you. Wow, so much for being a geography major.
Well, in Russia, that's pretty close, considering how big the damn thing is.
Yeah, what, they're 11 time zones? 12?
Yeah. Massive country.
No doubt about it. But going further with the whole thing that happened, Todd mentioned the Survivor's Guild. The gentleman left early. I believe it was... Oh, well, okay. The group arrived by train at Ivdel, at the town center of the northern province of Sverdlovsk Oblast in the early morning hours of January 25th. They then took a truck to Vizai, a Lori village that is the last inhabited settlement to the north. While spending the night in Vizai, the skiers purchased and ate loaves of bread to keep their energy levels up for the following day's hike. A little bit of trivia, and I believe DA knows this. What is the staple for the average Russian? And I'm referring to food, drink, whatever.
Vodka.
What are the drink, and what goes with the vodka?
Borscht.
If without borscht, it is bread, vodka and bread. Yes.
I had a buddy that I worked with. He was a Russian that moved to the United States, and his mother would send food to the officers, and they make this bread that is almost black. It's so dark colored, and oh my God, it's fantastic. You put fresh butter on that, I could just eat that bread all day. It's amazing.
As you were saying it, DA, Josh posted it, the black bread. I don't know if that's what you would consider their staple, but I understand black bread is a big
I believe he called it kliep or something like that.
Kliep, yes. Now, if you want to take it a step further, the basic soup in Russia is kasha, and I know I'm butchering the pronunciation on that, but it's vodka and bread. That is the survival of. If you give a citizen, yes, give them a bottle of vodka and a bottle or a loaf of bread, they'll get by. In Mexico, the joke is tequila and beans.
If you got beans and tortillas, you can live forever.
Yeah. If you corn for the longest time was the staple, but
some of my favorite meals are wrapped in a tortilla.
There's actually a lot of good stuff wrapped in a tortilla. So I think my little one bailed. So I knew she was going to be on the program today.
Josh wants to know if we've done Siberian cryptids yet.
Well,
no, we haven't. We kind of touched on it, but not Siberia specifically. We did Asian and European cryptids, but there are a number that are specific just to Siberia. The Siberians, I believe they're called the Yakut Indians that live in northern Siberia.
Way up there.
Yeah, they talk about a nastier version of the Yeti. I believe it's called the Almasty. I had to look that up to be sure, but it's particularly aggressive and known for carrying off yaks and everybody else that gets in its way.
Forgive me, DA. I'm just going to remove my cap. Sorry, folks. I don't want to scare all you guys, but for some reason, just feeling a little bit of pressure. I hope my headaches aren't coming back right now. And I just need to remove that for just a moment. They haven't stopped. I will admit that.
I have a section. You need to take a minute, Roger. I have a section I can read. I found this on George Norrie.
Actually, it feels better. So it's okay. We're good. I mean, really, I don't know why, but it was starting to build up, and I'm like, what's going on? And just removing the cap is okay. Thank you, DA.
Well, this goes along with the Yeti theory, but
go for it.
Okay, it's 3 paragraphs. It says Russian doctors suggest Yeti could have killed the Dyatlov Pass hikers. This is one of the more fantastic theories for what may have caused the infamous Dyatlov Pass incident is getting another look thanks to a Russian doctor who says that the Yeti could have caused the tragic event. Over the last 60 years, historians and armchair researchers have offered no shortage of possible explanations for what could have killed 9 hikers in the Ural Mountains back in 1959. Although ideas such as an avalanche or a weapons test gone awry are usually treated as plausible, the proverbial snowman hypothesis has largely been dismissed as merely an example of just how outlandish the speculation can sometimes get. However, a fascinating new investigation by Russian media outlet explores the often derided idea that the Siberian Sasquatch could have somehow led to the party's mysterious demise. The surprisingly lengthy piece was inspired by the musings of what the outlet calls an eminent doctor who postulated that the rib injuries sustained by the 2 of the dead hikers were the result of a large creature squeezing their chest in a manner similar to an adult inadvertently hurting a child by embracing them with too much force. Alas, in an entirely understandable stance, the allegedly renowned doctor opted not to reveal his name for fear of being ridiculed. Nonetheless, the bold assertion that Bigfoot might be to blame for the Dyatlov incident apparently led reporters to look into such a scenario, and in turn, they uncovered several fascinating witness accounts of Sasquatch-like creatures known as a kompolin lurking in the region.
Hey, stop swearing.
Find out about these amazing stories at Coast to Coast AM website.
Folks, we have a few more likes. I'm going to go over them again just because I want to. Forgive me. But once again, guys, if you want to join us, go ahead. We have quite a bit that we have going on right now. DA, could you could you go to Sergio's post?
Sure, absolutely. And Sergio wants to remind us that we are live on 99.9 Low Key in Bodfish in Lake Isabella, California. That's really awesome of Sergio to put us on the air. And thank you very much. And for those of you listening in the Bodfish and Lake Isabella area, I hope you enjoy tonight's broadcast. And for those of you that are listening or just joined us, if you're listening on YouTube or if you're listening on Facebook, please go ahead and hit that like or subscribe button. And we appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
And Twitch. So, folks, I believe this will be the last week, calendar-wise, and I guess there's quite a few people associated with us right here. This will be the last week that we're under the terms of what we're now going to be under. As of May 1st, we're going to be switching over to where we have an unlimited number of, and so we're going to be doing one episode on probably 20 different connections. So we're going to be getting out there.
Well, that's awesome.
1, 2, 3,
that's great news.
6, 7. Josh Jones, Todd Hunter, Joshua Dalton, Roger Peacock, All Tower Media, Thomas Whitney, and Sergio Lamelli. Guys, we appreciate the love that we're receiving right now from all of you. Like I said, you guys want to join us? Just come on in. Just let us know. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post the link. Well, no, if you guys want it, just let us know.
Absolutely.
So it's all good. DA touched upon it real quick, and I believe someone else did say in the chat room, and forgive me. I thank you, Todd. I thank you, Josh, and Josh. Thank everyone. Guys, I guess I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm working through this. I just know there are a lot of people that are going through a lot more. So I love you guys. I really do, and I appreciate the thoughts and prayers, and it means a great deal to me. But as far as I'm concerned, it's just a blasted headache, man. I'm going to be able to get through it. Granted, you do see, unfortunately, I can't stop the image well enough, but I do get the urge. I do, and I apologize. I'm sorry for being out there, but I'm going to try to cover up the image as much as I can. This was not fun, getting that shot, but you know what? It is what it is, so it's all good. And I don't know why. Maybe the cap was sitting on a spot that was just causing something, but it's kind of going away right now. So maybe the cap was too small. Can't be. It's my regular cap. So go figure. But it's one of those that are non-adjustable. So maybe that means I need a haircut. DA was commenting, and I apologize. It wasn't when I wasn't feeling that moment where some of the injuries are the soft tissue injuries. It's crazy that there would be a consistency, you would think, but they're not. And one was missing their eyebrows, folks. The other was missing her tongue. And oh my goodness. Okay, again, 6 of the group members died of hypothermia and 3 of fatal injuries. There were no indications of other people nearby, apart from the 9 travelers. The tent had been ripped open from within. From within. Only experts can tell based on how that is, but they can do that. The victims had died 6 to 8 hours after their last meal. Traces from the camp showed that all group members left the campsite of their own accord on foot. Some levels of radiation were found on one victim's clothing. That's Magnet, I can't remember the name of the Russian city, which is not too far from there, could easily explain that. But anyway, to dispel the theory of an attack by the indigenous Mansi people, it stated the fatal injuries of the 3 bodies could not have been caused by human beings because the force of the blows had been too strong and no soft tissue had been damaged. Released documents contained no information about the condition of the skiers' internal organs. And, of course, there were no survivors. The inquest officially ceased in May of 1959, as a result of the absence of a guilty party. The files were then sent to a secret archive. In 1997, it was revealed that the negatives from Kravchenko's camera were kept in the private archive of one of the investigators, Lev Ivanov. The film material was donated by Ivanov's daughter to the Dyatlov Foundation. Diaries of the Hiking Party fell into Russia's public domain in 2009. Now, this I didn't know, but I believe you did, DA, and through Kat Dahlman. On the 12th of April 2018, Zolotarev's remains were exhumed on the initiative of journalists of the Russian tabloid newspaper Komsomolskaya Pravda. That used to be the mouthpiece, but now it's just a tabloid. Contradictory. Think about that. Pravda, that was the Russian newspaper. Contradictory results were obtained. One of the experts said that the character of the injuries resembled a person knocked down by a car, and the DNA analysis did not reveal any similarity to the DNA of living relatives.
That's weird.
It turned out that Zolotarev's name was not on the list of those buried at the Ivanovskoye cemetery. Nevertheless, the reconstruction of the face from the exhumed skull matched post-war photographs of Zolotarev, although journalists expressed suspicions that another person was hiding under Zolotarev's name after World War II. It gets curiouser and curiouser, does it not? Thomas Whitney said, wow, and thank you for that one. And Robert Miller. Mr. Miller, thank you for joining us. Once again, to each and everyone, Juvantin, just say Juvantin, and we thank you. Oh, my goodness. DA, it's absolutely frightening to think of what happened over there.
Yes, it is.
Now, under the explanations, on July 11th of 2020, Andrei Koryakov, deputy head of the Urals Federal District Directorate of the Prosecutor General's Office, announced an avalanche to be the official cause of death for the Dyatlov group in 1959. Later, independent computer simulation and analysis by Swiss researchers also suggest avalanche as the cause. As you know,
nobody wants to come out on record and goes, Yetis. Nobody wants to be that guy.
The original explanation, reviewing a sensationalist Yeti hypothesis, American skeptic author Benjamin Radford suggests an avalanche as more plausible. Now, there is contradictory evidence. The location of the incident did not have, and that's what I've contended. There were no obvious signs of an avalanche having taken place. I know you can hear it, and knowing that they were not professional, but they had hiked before, I get that. Skiers have told me, dude, in a canyon, in a hill, up on a hill, dude, if the wind's just right, you can hear that little rat bastard coming. Usually, so maybe they heard it, but in the images that I've seen, that is no proof of an avalanche.
There's a story that comes out of, I believe it's out of Oregon, that has some similarities to this. Apparently, there was a group of climbers and skiers. They climbed to the top of a mountain not far from the infamous Ape Canyon, and they were all experienced skiers, every one of them. And one of the guys was a ski instructor. And as everybody was getting ready to leave, he said, "All right, I'm going to go ahead and ski ahead of you guys and get off the trail a little ways to take a picture of you as you come down the mountain." Well, they give him about 30 minutes to get in place, and then they start skiing down the mountain, and he doesn't rejoin them. They can't find him. They don't see him anywhere. So they're like, well, he's probably he probably got tired of waiting for us and skied on down the mountain. So they go down the mountain, and when they get to the bottom, he's not there either. So they notify park officials, and they go back up, and they locate where he was set up to take pictures because they found a roll of film still laying in the snow and tracks. But again, this guy was an experienced skier. They said from the point where he was preparing to set up to take pictures, he suddenly shifted position and took off at breakneck speed. And we're not talking on a ski trail, through the trees and down the side of the mountain. And they said the only explanation they could find is that he was running for his life. Yeah, he was going through places that an experienced skier would never go. And at one point they reached the edge of the cliff that falls off into Ape Canyon, and the ski tracks went straight off the cliff. They sent people down to look for him. His body was never found. No trace of him was ever found again. And it's still a missing persons case. However, the only thing they can explain is something had to have been chasing him. And it was big enough that he would take off like a bat out of hell.
What will drive someone to go off a cliff? We all know what happened. What could drive someone to jump out of a building? I'm not going to go back to that day again. You all know what I'm talking about. Yeah. But what can make you make that final decision? I can't imagine. I just cannot.
Had to have been in a blind panic.
Josh says, just a theory here. Their starting point was at a Russian prison camp.
Yeah, I was going to get to that, but Josh kind of beat me to it. He sent it to me. It's called Black Eagle.
Much like bear and trash cans. I don't know. We'll get to that. Let me go back to what I wanted to mention. The image, I've seen many of the images of the location, folks. Remember, the rescue parties got there within, I think it was a month or so.
Yeah, well, it was some amount of time, yeah.
Yeah, so it wasn't a few days. And there was snow covering. There was a thin layer of snow. It was, give or take, 30 days, okay? There have been 100 expeditions up until a certain point, I forget, that have been held since the incident, and none of them ever reported conditions that might create an avalanche. A study of the area using up-to-date terrain-related physics, and that's what I have seen, revealed that the location was not entirely unlikely for such an avalanche to have occurred. The dangerous conditions found in another nearby area, which had significantly steeper slopes and cornices, were observed in April and May when the snowfalls of winter were melting. During February, when the incident occurred, there were no such incidents. And that's what I meant to say, that while an avalanche could conceivably be possible, the conditions had to be right. And when you look at when it happened, it just wasn't there. And just because you can fire a bullet or a 105 howitzer to cause an avalanche doesn't mean it will.
The response took more than 2 weeks. The Dyatlov 9 were supposed to report in by February 12th of that year. And when they didn't report in, their families began petitioning the government to send a party out. And the party didn't find them until the 26th of February. And they'd already been missing for several days. Well, they were dead for several days before their day they were supposed to report in. It actually... Okay, 28th, he turned back on January. The Highland area.
Yeah, that was January.
They were on. They the next day, hikers started moving fast. Okay, the incident happened on February 1st. February 12th.
First and second, yes.
First and second. February 12th, they were officially reported missing when they didn't check in, and the Russians didn't send a party out until they weren't located until the 26th.
Almost 30 days.
Mm-hmm. So almost a full month.
Also, for the avalanche story, folks, I'm a geography guy. Okay, well, look, if you want to know, in real life, I am history, economics, and geography. And through geography, I discovered geology and tectonics. So that is my love, those items, okay? That's just the way it is. So I studied a great deal, and through geography, I know enough that just looking at the original images, there was no avalanche. Because if there was an avalanche, the stuff should have been strewn about. And not only their stuff, because you could conceivably have an avalanche cover up stuff so it wouldn't move. Okay. But the lighter stuff that was left outside should have been strewn about, and it was not. Further,
There was even food left inside the tent.
yes. Now but there could have been an avalanche. That's why they had to cut themselves out. But again, there should have been proof of there being an avalanche. Avalanches will cut trees down.
Mm-hmm.
And there was nothing. There was nothing to suggest. And then that one image, which is one of the more telling ones, there's no stinking avalanche.
One of the theories that Kat Dahman explored in her book, Day Out Loud 9 Death Below Zero, was the roaring of the wind coming over the mountain sounded like an avalanche. And that again,
I postulated that, DA.
That could explain why they cut their ways out and ran, but it would not explain the crushing injuries and deaths.
It was in the middle of the night when it happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's just and true, folks. We've been out, even just out in the country from here, and you know how the wind can screw with you.
Mm-hmm.
Conditions can be right, temperature, all that stuff. You can hear a lot of crazy things. They do not have a plethora of avalanches.
No, Jefe, they do not have a plethora.
No, they do not. And several studies have been done of that area, and it's unlikely. It's like anyone who goes over there says, that spot? No. That's like saying, is that little 13-year-old savvy of the world? Nah, that 17-year-old maybe, but the 13-year-old, So it's just, it doesn't. And if I remember correctly, the weather was stagnant.
Mm-hmm.
There was no changes. It was deep winter.
Deep Russian Siberian winter, which has got to be cold as hell.
Yeah.
I read a book about the history of Russia, and it was the historian that compiled it told a story that he went to a lot of the places in Siberia to interview the locals to find out the history. And he said his guide took him to a camp in northern Siberia, and it was a particularly cold winter night, and they were all standing around outside telling stories around a fire that they had built. And he said it was actually fairly comfortable close to the fire as long as you stayed close. But they were all drinking vodka from metal cups, and they had insulated gloves on. And when they would talk, they would put their glove over the fire and move the vodka around. Well, his guide apparently quit doing that. He got to talking and wasn't warming his vodka over the fire. And when he finished his story, before they could stop him, he just shot his vodka down. The vodka was so cold it stopped his heart and killed him instantly.
You guys should look up the wiki article, because there was a 2021 report that we alluded to earlier, and they make clear that in the way that we understand avalanches, yeah, they don't see it. But a snow slide, they could see that. And the report goes into great detail on that. Granted, I'm not trying to take away from DA's comment of 40 minutes ago. It's obvious. You want to believe, it looks like, it smells like. I'm not taking that away. I am going by what we know and the reports. And again, the beauty of geography, folks, is you realize the most obvious things. When you look at a hillside, you see history. When you see a road carved into a mountain and you look at what they did, you are touching history. And you can understand what happened. You can do the same thing in a stream, a river, an alluvial fan. There you go. Okay. That's my geography speaking. It is a mud flow can tell you so much. You know, folks, I'm really way off topic up here, but with a little bit of luck and a little bit of analness, forgive me, we were able to determine that there was a 9.0 earthquake on January 28th, 1700, that struck Cascadia. We knew there was a 9.0 because of the oral history. We knew that there was the ghost forest up there, and we knew that there had been earthquakes in Cascadia. and we had a rough idea. But the final mark, folks, was in Japan. They kept written diaries and histories, and they talked about the tsunami that hit them. And they were able to measure the height. They were keeping the height measurements even back then. And based on what they reported of the tsunami coming in, they were able to do the math and they were able to pin it down. 9 p.m. on January 28th, 1700. Unreal. And they were able to tell that through the mud flows, through digging down in the dirt, the tree rings. It's amazing. And you can do the same thing of a slide or an avalanche. I am not willing to argue the slide because that is not only reasonable, it's very possible, but again, you have proof. A slide is a frozen river of water. It has the same damn characteristics. It's going to leave evidence. And unfortunately, there is no evidence of a slide. They did talk about a small film of snow, but that was it. So anyway, that's why I am more akin to accepting the slide, but even then, taking a look at all the pictures, I, who know nothing of that incident, can tell you, speaking as a geography student, it looks like a slide, much less an avalanche. But I could believe a slide could have effed with them. And then DA was talking about the wind. There's also the Karabatic wind. In 2019, a Swedish-Russian expedition was made to the site, and after investigations, they proposed that a violent Karabatic wind was a plausible explanation for the incident. Remember, we talked about this when the program began.
Mm-hmm.
Katabatic winds are somewhat rare events and can be extremely violent. I've contended that we've had 2 Katabatic winds here in Southern California in the last 20 years. I'll talk about that in a minute. They were implicated in a 1978 case at Anaris Mountain in Sweden, where 8 hikers were killed and 1 was severely injured in the aftermath of a Katabatic wind. The topography of those locations were noted to be very similar according to the expedition. A sudden Katabatic wind would have made it impossible to remain in the tent, and the most rational course of action would have been for the hikers to cover the tent with snow and seek shelter behind the tree line. On top of the tent, there was also a torch left turned on, possibly left there intentionally so that the hikers could find their way back to the tent once the wind subsided. The expedition proposed that a group of hikers constructed 2 Buick shelters, one of which collapsed, leaving 4 of the hikers buried with severe injuries observed. Okay, I mentioned at the very beginning, the wind could have done it. And I get the whole thing of the Katabatic wind. Now, what I was talking about earlier, and again, I'm sorry, I'm sidetracking here, but in Southern California, our conditions are rather unique that even if Thomas is here, he still might remember when he was here. We get these wind events that come off the coast and they rip trees down, they move cars. And folks, it's not a tornado.
The Santa Ana.
It's not the Santa Anas. It's none of that. It comes off the coast or it comes off the ocean and it rips into Long Beach. I remember of 2 events in the last 20 years. And they estimate that the wind speeds reached almost 200 miles an hour. Folks, that's way up the jet stream winds. That's crazy. They call them micro. Oh, I forget the name, but they happen. And if they happen in the lowlands, coming over a hill, cut it out, folks. I could see that happening. But again, the stuff just isn't right, DA. It just doesn't match. So in her book, could you show a picture of that one again, DA?
Sure. There you go, sir.
It's a shame she's not with us tonight. I don't know why I didn't ask her to show up. I wasn't thinking. But
Kat, if you're out there, I will send her a message and see if she'll respond.
Duh. Thank you, Todd. Microburst. Yet I can't believe I. Thank you, sir. Yes, we used to get them in Phoenix. I just think they haven't happened again. But it's unreal how the microburst is so localized. It doesn't fit. It's just so odd, and I could easily see that happening as to where they were. But again, I'm not one of the weather people here. Let's see. The wind shears would ground planes for hours. Yeah, I know all about wind shear. My daughter did a report on wind shear, or yeah, she did. That was my special daughter. I was stunned when she went and did a report on that. I was impressed. But anyway, of course, who knows? Maybe Kat Dahlman will be able to join us in a moment. Ladies
I
and
messaged her.
Okay.
Let's see if she responds.
Very quickly, I do want to remind everyone that you're listening to The Nightmare Hunters with D.A. Roberts and Roger Noriega. Everyone else in the chat room, thank you. I think we're still live on 99.9 Low Key, Bodfish, and Lake Isabella. Thank you, Mr. Lomelli. Thank you, Sergio, for carrying us on that channel. It's really good stuff. Sergio, come on, join us. Anyone else, guys?
By all means.
Yeah, we're all good. So it's funny how DEA and I talk about how our episodes are Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type. Where on one of them, we're just shooting this shit, having a great time. And then we have another episode where we are dead set anal on topic.
Kat said she can join us for a little bit. I just sent her the link.
That's absolutely awesome. We have someone who has written on this extensively. It's a
researched it heavily. Kat researched. She's very big on doing the research. She's amazing when it comes to digging up historical archives. I would consider her an authority on Dyatlov.
Oh yes, sorry.
Roger
says I could see wind like forcing them out, and for me, I could see that too. And I could see debris possibly causing some of those injuries. There are still some odd things about it all. When you look at the article on Wikipedia, they talk about the fact that because the investigators really hadn't done anything like this before, they really came across as not doing a good report. There were things that were left out, both deliberately and lazily, and that leads to a lot of questions and a lot of theories. There's the military test theory, and of what I understand of Russian use of their territory, I'm kind of against that one, but it doesn't matter. It is a theory. In one speculation, the campsite fell within the path of a Soviet parachute mine exercise. The theory alleges that the hikers, woken by loud explosions, fled the tent in a shoeless panic and found themselves unable to return for supply retrieval. After some members froze to death attempting to endure the bombardment, others commandeered the clothing only to be fatally injured by subsequent parachute mine concussions. I don't know. There's quite a few. Yes, that is funny. There's quite a bit more, and as a matter of fact, there she is, young lady.
Hey, Kat, no video tonight?
You don't want my video. I've been doing income tax, no makeup, and hair, ratty, permanent scowl.
Well, I can recommend a good tax guy. Roger's the best.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. It's all right. It's okay. Jedi.tax, but anyway, I only have 34
Shameless
years.
Yeah. Shameless plug.
We did get another like, but all kidding aside, Kat. First of all, professionally and personally, I blew it. I don't know what I was thinking. DA and I had talked about this 4 weeks ago, and then 2 weeks ago again, where I mentioned to him, I kind of wanted to go to Dyatlov Pass because as we go around the world, that's where we were going to next. And I don't know why I didn't mention it to you after I learned like this, ow! I wasn't paying attention.
And
from DA and from you, yes, right there.
Folks, this is the Kat Dahman that wrote this book that we've been talking about quite a bit. Kat's an amazing writer. She researches better than anybody I know. She's found stuff that I wouldn't think was even findable. I would consider her an expert on the Dyatlov incident, and I'm really happy to have her. You can find all her stuff at catd.com or at jailingtonashton.com and also on Amazon. But we'll jump back into the meat of that. I just wanted to introduce her formally, and to remind you folks, if you're just joining us, to hit that like and subscribe button, and continue to join us on the Nightmare Hunter.
And speaking of such, forgive me, just a quick moment. Willie Johnson. Thank you, Willie.
Thank you, Willie.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the like. And folks, this program happens because of you. And Kat. So, Kat,
and because of me.
Again, it was a pleasure meeting you on the last episode. And we've already spent quite a bit of time on this. So knowing that, I don't want to bore you. I don't want to bore the audience when going over this stuff, but you've researched this and you've done quite a bit of work on this. And based on
she wrote a book on it. I mean,
yeah, it's quite clear. So, Kat, we've been going by the Wikipedia page, and I'm going to put it up there again so you can take a quick look as to, if you go through it very quickly, what we've gone over. So take it away, young lady, from there. We've got you on a finite amount of time.
Oh, okay. So y'all are going by the wiki page.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
We've been going for details from there. We haven't been like subscribing to everything they put on there. Just we're using that for details. Because for the life of me, I can't find the file that I had. It was the text of your book.
Huh.
I know I had it, but when my old computer died, I might have lost it because I did lose a lot of stuff.
Let me pose this to Kat. Kat, why did you write the book? What led you to Dyatlov Pass?
Originally, my son told me there was something about a mysterious story, and there were some campers, and they were found half dressed, and one of them had her tongue torn out, and it was a big mystery. And so as soon as he told me that, I thought, okay, that didn't make any sense to me. I mean, none of that makes any sense to me. What's going on here? And so, I found out the date, and then I started looking at the circumstances. And then, with me, one thing leads to another. I find one little thing, and then it just, drags me into the rabbit hole further. And the main thing was that this story was being passed around as is, and that's not how it happened. And so that's kind of what got me involved, was that there was just so much BS, being told about this, that everybody kept telling me, oh my God, there was so much radiation. And, so I started doing my, stuff, going, no, not really. And just digging around trying to find an answer. And of course, I wanted it to be a Yeti or a UFO.
I did too. I totally wanted it to.
I mean, that's what I really wanted. And then when I found out that the students had written a fictional newspaper, like they had solved the mystery of the Yeti, that's where that whole thing came from, and that there was a kind of iffy photo, and I just enhanced photos, and of course it wasn't a Yeti, unfortunately. But that's kind of what pulled me in, was that there was just so much BS on it. I just wanted to dig out the truth. And then, once I was in, that was it. I mean,
I think Kat was an investigative reporter in a past life, because when she starts tugging at strings, shit just unravels. We did a show on the Wicked Little Things podcast that Kat and I did together, and we were just doing some information on the Lindbergh baby. And when she started digging, we found this massive cover up, and she's actually now doing a book about it. I mean, she's a researcher par excellence.
Thank you. I just, when something doesn't make sense, sense logically, and maybe some of us think of logic in a different way. I think of logic as was this likely to have happened, and when things just don't make sense, when people were trying to say with the outlaw, there was all this mystery and all of this, and I'm, looking at it going, well, these poor people were traveling, at night in well below freezing temperatures on a very rocky surface. Gee, are we going to find massive body bruising and head injuries? Yes. Why are people ignoring that? So that's kind of the way I do things, and I mapped it out. I had to map it.
Well, you've got guys like me that all the time wanted it to be a Yeti story.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
it's got to be a Yeti. It's got to be a Yeti. I need a Yeti kill story. Ooh.
Well, can you show us the image, DA? What is that thing? The one of the more famous images. It's the last one. What is that?
Oh, okay. I can answer this. That is a very, very not good quality image. I have taken the original film image. I have enhanced it, and once it's enhanced, you see that it's pixelated, but once you enhance it, you can tell it's a sweater and the overpants that the one of the hikers was wearing, and with the the head covering and everything. And there's even reference he had stepped behind the trees to urinate, and then they played up on that with a pretend newspaper that they had solved the mystery of the Yeti and blah blah blah. And it was one of the last things that they wrote. They were doing it as a fun thing before bedtime. But it is actually one of the hikers. I'm sorry, it is.
Well, I wanted it to be a Yeti.
I did too. I did too.
No, I'm sad.
There's photos too of supposed UFO lights, but unfortunately, upon some research, those were their flashlights. It was an octagon shape, and it was their flashlights that they had gotten pictures of. I was so disappointed in that.
So they were hoaxers before there was even such a term.
Oh, they didn't mean to be, poor things. And it just, people have taken all that. They took that. One of the guys had had some military experience. He was older, and so they were, he killed them all. Blah blah. Nothing to support that he did that. Nothing. No injuries that would have supported him killing them either. I mean, it truly was a perfect storm of horrific events, mistakes, and nature. And I'm sorry.
So, Kat, what do you say happened? What is in your opinion, based on your research?
Oh, I can totally stand behind this. It was late. A snowstorm came up. They didn't want to backtrack over a mile, and so they set up camp in the wrong place where the winds whip around the area. They were getting close to the summit, and that was shaved off hours off the next day. They were just cold and miserable, so they set up camp. They did not set up their warming stove. It took about an hour and a half to 2 hours to set up. They were too cold and too miserable to even set up their stove. So that about the stove catching something on fire, nothing burned. It didn't release carbon monoxide. It was never set up that night. The photos absolutely prove it. And then it was before bedtime, and the winds were whipping around. They were howling. It probably sounded like an avalanche or massive wind shears. They didn't even have time to unbutton the tent flaps. The buttons were very big and wooden. I've got pictures of those in my book so you can understand why they couldn't get out fast. They cut the tent, they got out, they were getting to safety below the tree line, and it was too far, it was too cold, and without shoes, they began to freeze to death one at a time.
Wow.
And they fell on the ridge line. I believe that one Rustum, I believe he probably died first. I think he fell on the ridge line before they ever got down to the trees. And then I believe that the last of the group were either scared by the wind, pushed by the wind, or were disoriented, and there was a massive fall into a gully that would have sheared the tongue off and caused.
Like they bit it off.
Yes, she bit her tongue off and collapsed on the waterfall. She never moved again. Her body's in position from exactly when she fell, and it was just massive injuries falling onto these rocks. And I have all that in the book as well, the measurements, and you could just imagine just taking a leap off into the rocks. It's going to do massive damage to the body.
It was just a series of exactly the worst case scenario, a recipe for death.
Yep. And they were getting up in altitude, which can cause some
that lightheadedness,
yeah, and inability
for lack of oxygen.
Yeah, you don't make as good of decisions. You might panic more quickly, and then
I
of
forget
course
what that's called.
the sound of the wind. Da and I did a whole show on that about the low frequency, and that will make you nauseated, causes hysteria, panic.
Is that the infrasound?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, there are two types. There's infrasound, which is above the normal human wavelength, and then there's ultrasound, which is below it.
No, that's opposite.
Oh, it's opposite. Okay, we can do that. Ultrasound is higher than our frequency, and infrasound is below our frequency. But they can both affect.
Yeah, this would have been below, and these things were just. I think they were all just enough in effect to have. When one or two people start to panic, it will spread.
Mm-hmm. Panic spreads like wildfire.
Yeah.
What do they say? The most contagious disease is yawning, and the most contagious, deadly disease is panic.
Yeah. Yeah. And I believe they absolutely thought an avalanche was coming down on them, or either the wind was going to grab the tent and take it down, a mile and a half down a slope, which would have killed them as well.
Yeah.
It just, it was just nature, and I mean, had it not started snowing, had it not been quite as cold, had they not camped at that exact spot, there's so many little things that would have made all the difference.
Well, it's interesting the way you said that right now. There's this program, I forget where it is, but it's air disasters. Okay. And they're always talking about how one thing will lead to another, which will lead to another, which will
chain of cataclysmic events.
Yes. And that's exactly what you just mentioned, Kat. And Roger states, in his opinion, that's the most plausible story I've heard on this topic. He says he can totally see that happening.
I couldn't find anything else. And I went to my cousin, who's an expert with mountain climbing and, altitude. I mean, he deals with this all the time. And that I went to DA and, with both of them, can you come up with any other ideas? I mean, what do you see when I present this to you?
She had me look at it forensically from a law enforcement standpoint.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was saying, okay, if there, people say, okay, there were Russian spies who attacked and blah, blah, blah. I was like, okay, no, there's no evidence. But
Yeah.
I was like, DA, what would you expect to find? And he's giving me a list, and I'm going, nope, 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 nope. Okay, done.
Yeah, it's
If
interesting.
they'd
you
been
would say
taken out
that.
by Russian soldiers, like some people claimed, there would have been tons of evidence of that.
Exactly.
And quite frankly, there would have been more evidence, but I think it would have been done a lot cleaner. They wouldn't have been
Because
separated.
if it'd been the Russian military, they would have just vanished.
As a matter of fact, yes, that's what I meant by cleaner.
They would never have found bodies. They wouldn't have found anything. They would have just been gone.
You know, Kat, based on the images that I've seen, and I was boring everyone to death before you arrived on my geography background, I dismissed the avalanche. I dismissed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I could have maybe have seen a slide, but even then, I found the slide theory more reasonable. But then there's still evidence because, as I told everyone in the audience, a snow slide is the same thing as frozen water. There'll be evidence of it, and it just based on all the pictures, it just didn't see it. And where it happened, I just didn't see it. And I believe on the Wikipedia page, and I don't know if you commented on this, it states that there have been over 100 expeditions since, and that's not the area for avalanches. It's just not.
No, it's absolutely not. And I don't know if you were able to pull up the footprints.
No.
That's going to cover up the footprints, and you can plainly see where those kids were out of that tent barefoot. Footprints, instead of being sunken down, the snow and everything, the wind blows it away, and so the footprints look like they're rising above. That's kind of what they do, and they are. I mean, it's perfectly. You're able to see that some were barefoot because those prints were perfectly preserved. The snow blew from around them and kind of left them raised. It's kind of a hard concept, but.
So when they pack the snow down with their foot, as the wind blows the loose snow away, the packed snow stays there in the shape of the foot.
Which is not unlike what happens when you step in mud.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
or the dirt, whatever.
Very interesting, things. But people center on, well, they cut out of the tent. Well, yeah, if you hear this noise, you got to get out of there. And
especially if they thought it was an avalanche.
Yeah. And looking at the buttons, there was no fast way, and your fingers are cold. I mean, you've got to take in everything, that's going on. And,
everyone believes, sorry, Kat, is because there's evidence that they cut out. It was the ultimate paranoia, the ultimate fear. What was after them?
Yeah.
What, it's like, but wait a minute. If something's after them, how do they... Why do you go out into the danger?
Yeah.
They were trying to get away from the tent to run from it.
I see that doesn't make any sense. And there's a whole book on the whole thing is solved, that there was carbon monoxide from the little portable stove. That makes absolute sense until you look at the photographs taken that very evening, and the stove was not erected. And when you look at the photographs of when the tent was found, the stove was not put up that night. So I'm just thinking, how can you write a whole book saying this is what happened when the evidence is irrefutable that it could not have been that?
They focused on the detail of the stove and didn't look at all of the circumstance.
Right. And I'm a picture and autopsy person, and so I was looking at, every tiny little detail I could find. And it just, and people talk about radiation. Well, one of the guys had worked in that field. So he was going to have some mild radiation. It wasn't like they were
Duh.
glowing. Yeah. I mean, you know, and you know, we've talked about the um the decomposition, and people were just freaked out on that. And I'm like, okay, you still get predators, you still get insects, you still get decomp in that kind of
You ever heard of
landscape.
freezer burn?
Yeah, I mean, but the whole thing with the girl's tongue, everybody said it was ripped out. It wasn't ripped out. It was bitten off. There's a big difference.
Yeah.
And I've heard of cases where people have bitten off their own tongue. In fact, when I was still in law enforcement, they would tell us that if somebody was seizing, it was a good idea to put something between their teeth so they don't bite their tongue off.
Yeah, I mean, it was just very sad. But and again, what you're talking with the avalanche, I looked at the elevation and everything, and you just weren't going to get an avalanche. But that didn't mean that they didn't think there might be one.
Oh, right. Actually, we did talk about that before you joined us,
Oh, yeah?
where
The sound of the wind.
yes, and
Uh-huh.
because of the little that I did know the geography, I think I did say I could believe that the wind could have screwed with them because
yeah.
I've been told by skiers, people who hike, you can hear it coming, and then where they are, the dead of winter, the wind could have reached such speeds that it could have frightened them. And then this is another thing that I had mentioned, and they're all young.
Mm-hmm. The oldest was what, 38?
Yes, the rest of them were between what,
Yeah.
18 and 22.
Very, very
Well, one was
young.
28.
And
most of them were young, yeah.
And people talk about the footprints don't show panic. From what I have read, Dyatlov in particular was such a good leader, but they were all very level-headed.
Yeah.
And no matter how afraid, I think there would have been some organization and some, attempt to not just go off crazy. These were very intelligent, seasoned kids. And from everything I've studied, especially Dyatlov, excellent leadership and just real, smart people.
Yes. They were, like Tim said, experienced mountaineers, experienced climbers, experienced skiers. They had done this sort of thing before.
Oh yeah, I mean
many times.
Yeah, they had faced off a bear one time. I mean, they were very brave, and they did things like sew matches into their garments so that if anything happened, they could start a fire. Which they did start a fire to try to warm up, but too little, too late, and
already too far gone.
Yeah, I mean,
it was like I believe it was last name was Aronson. The expedition to reach the South Pole. When they reviewed his journals, they said that after having traversed across that much snow, they would leave their feet outside the tents at night because they didn't want them to thaw and start hurting. Their feet were already frozen.
Isn't that awful?
It's horrible.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very quickly, Robert Thompson, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Hunter. We have another like.
Awesome.
Thank you. And we salute you. As a matter of fact, Kat, I believe I found your book on Amazon. Is that the place is that the best place to get it? Or
Yes.
is it better on your website?
Kat, check your Facebook messages.
Oh, okay.
Do we go through your website or do we go to Amazon?
Amazon, my website will just send you there anyway.
Okay.
Now, okay, so I'm going to give an audio code. Okay, so how am I going to give y'all the audio code, though?
You can send it to me, and whoever it is, just give me your contact information through Facebook, or send me your email address, and I'll send it directly to you,
Okay, I'm
along
gonna
with the
give.
instructions on how to redeem it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give y'all a promo code if anybody wants to read it. There's a lot. The only thing with hearing it on audio is you're not getting the pictures,
Right.
but my guy still did a great job. He did the sound effects and he read the autopsy report, so it's still, really cool. But I think it does help to have the pictures because I do have the autopsy reports and the autopsy photos. They're a little grim and enhanced photos, so things like that. Okay, I'm getting a promo code right now. Oh, here's one. I'll just go with that one. Okay, I'm gonna.
Well, either way, no matter what,
Yay.
I appreciate that you've joined us, Kat. I myself am doing it right now,
I have
and
the code and the
it's done.
instructions, however you guys
Well,
want to do it.
well, no matter what, all I want to say is, Kat, I just purchased your book via Kindle,
Oh,
and
thank you.
I mean, no matter what, I'm gonna do it. And now I'm following you as well.
I
Well,
have
I want to know what you think, though. I mean, seriously, because I didn't write it just as blah 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 blah. I used the diaries to insert dialogue and to give the people personalities because I was able to with the diaries, when they would talk about, oh, so and so is so cute, when the girls were talking, I was able to insert that. And some people were irritated by that, but I wanted them to have personalities. I wanted them to
Well, I just posted
be
this right now, real quick, folks. There it is. I
oh,
did.
excited.
So you've impressed me, and I've got to check it out.
She
So
gave
I
us
did.
2 codes, Raj, so we have 2
Hey,
codes to give away.
and then Da, I'm going to defer to you on that one. But right now, Kat, because you're spending time with us, at the very least, I want to read. You've given me enough to realize that there's more there, and I'm going to check it out for myself.
Thank you,
And you've taken
Roger.
time to do so. Oh, it's my pleasure. And actually, Thomas Dream is the one that has been encouraging us that because you spend time with us, and this is to all of our guests and to everyone that we, because let's put it this way. Hey, I told Dream, hey, Dream, DA has given me the promo copy. I'm going to ask him, but I'd like to send it to you. And he's like, no, 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 no. We need to support our authors. And that was Dream. And I
Oh,
was like,
he's so
you,
sweet.
yes. And I was like, you little rat bastard. That means I have to do the same thing too. So I say that sarcastically, but the reality is yes. I've been doing that for a while now. And the Botfish Hunter and Tim Grimes, I apologize, have given us likes today. So thank you,
Awesome.
one and all.
Yay.
So, folks, check out on Amazon.com Dyatlov 9 Death Below Zero by Kat Dahlman. It's you get the paperback version. And I apologize. Is it paperback or is it hardbound?
It's paperback,
Yes, it
Kindle,
is.
audio,
I went
trifecta.
with Kindle. I definitely went with Kindle right now because I'm running out of space, and I think it's a
Well,
crime against humanity to buy a Kindle. But don't matter. I'm doing it.
well, no, because you can get the pictures and you can enlarge them with your fingers and really look at them there on
Oh,
on the Kindle. And
you know what? I wasn't thinking about that. Josh is right. I should post the link to that one right there.
I will do that.
Do you have it on Amazon?
I've got it pulled up right now.
Oh, you demand, because so do I. But you're much quicker than I am. There it
you know,
is. Yep.
and I want to point one thing out that really irritated me about the whole thing was immediately people wanted to blame the indigenous people because let's blame the indigenous people when we don't know what the heck happened. But those people were out searching for these kids, and they brought their dogs, and they were wonderful at helping. And I just want to point that out because that always irritates me when people say it was the Indians, and I'm like, Indian, the what?
That's very kind of you, Kat, because I brushed over that one. I don't know if DA mentioned it. I know I did not. And I brushed over it because I just didn't believe it because of what you just said. And I'm glad you mentioned that because the absence of me mentioning it also does it harm. And I'm glad you added that right now.
Oh, that was just kind
I'm happy for Kindle. 90% of my sales are on Kindle.
I'm just because I'm going to forget, and I want to make certain. Kat, what is your most recent book right now?
Well, the most recent was just in a series of detective stories. They don't have a big following, so they kind of really don't count.
It's okay.
But Curse of Cain is fairly recent. The Whipping Girl is fairly recent. I ruined a bunch of food for Patricia in Canada on that. But right now I'm stuck in the Lindbergh world, and also working on a Jack the Ripper kind of. It's going to be pretty controversial as well. I'll get more hate mail.
For the Lindbergh one, I know what it's about. A lot of people know what it's about. And there's my youngest. She's coming in here right now. She answered my call. I don't know if I interrupted her
Special
streaming.
delivery.
Oh, you brought me something as well?
Yes.
I asked her for this because of my headache. Drugs, people. And she actually... Thank you, sweetheart. Mia, why don't you come over real quick? Ladies and gentlemen, this is my little one. This is my youngest. This is Gmo. And she's the one that DA or that Dalton absolutely loves this one because he always wants to send her money so
to sneak around and knock on the door and scare the crap out of him.
And she won't do it. She'll just Dalton. She won't even do that, General. She'll just walk in and stand behind me, and then she'll like, hi.
I'll send her
laugh.
I'll send her $20 if she'll do it in a La Llorona costume.
Oh, no. He says $20 if you'll do it in a La Llorona costume.
Roger will crawl through the camera.
Oh my God! Did you see what she did? She was like, yeah, her. Look at it. Possibly. Oh my goodness!
Give your old man a coronary.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Kat. Yes, thank you. Kat, the author, she says you're beautiful, Mima. So.
It's just the hair and the color. That's all it is.
What was that?
It's just the hair and the color.
Modesty.
Quite a bit of modesty. She is a lot of fun. And it's funny because I've told DA that it's rare for her and I to be in the same room because unfortunately, School of Me, we both hold court. And I've commented about that wherever we are, when we're in the same place, it's like, we've been together for 20 minutes. Something's wrong because we both hold court. And she, very politely, she's already on her way. Oh, my goodness. She went to McDonald's. She got me a Big Mac and fries. Oh, my goodness.
Sweet. Did y'all mention that Josh Gates did a really good
Oh, yeah, his Expedition X. I love Josh Jones.
We did not mention it yet. No.
Yeah, I had to get my book out before he did his expedition because I was really afraid that, either I would be at odds with him or somebody would think maybe I was copying him. I didn't know what to think. And I did get my book out before it aired, and we watched it. He pretty much came to the same conclusions I came to. I was in tears. I was so excited and so happy to know that. And he had Teddy with him, and she is considered to be one of the foremost experts in Russia. And I've spoken to her. She wants there to be something more to it. I think she's still kind of leaning toward something really creepy going on. But
well, I did too. I totally wanted it to be something creepy.
I know. I was like, oh, Teddy, I'm sorry.
However, when Josh Gates' team went into that cave and they found that nest like a gorilla makes deep in that cave, I was like, ooh, that's so cool. Find it, find him, find him.
Josh is really neat.
Yeah, he's fun. He's got
Yeah.
that new cryptid show, Expedition X, and it's good.
I'm gonna have to watch that.
He
I
actually
like
kind of
him.
does like Charlie's Angels. He doesn't go out in the field anymore. I guess he's starting to get up there in age, and his wife doesn't want him to take all the risks that he used to take, like
Yeah.
rappelling into small caves and crap that he did all the time. But he's got a crew he sends out to investigate cryptids, and the shows are sometimes a little tongue in cheek. But you've got the two people that he sends out. One of them is a dyed-in-the-wool, die-hard cryptid believer, and the other is an absolute skeptic. So they approach it with a really kind of a solid, grounded method. And yeah, there's some humor involved, but it is a really good show.
Folks, let me interrupt real quick. A Bodfish Hunter found us through 99.9, and he's now over on our page visiting with us, and he mentions, I apologize, I'm assuming I was up in the Sequoia National Forest, bit of rain and light snow, hunting, and all sounds went quiet. No birds chirping, nothing. It was a very eerie feeling with fog and mist. Too quiet. I had to leave fast. I was all alone. I felt like I was being watched. Took video and reviewing to see if I see anything in the background. Bodfish Hunter, join us.
That is an awesome story. You should come on and give us more detail on that.
We want to see the video.
I've heard a lot of encounters from hunters that are very, very same. In fact, I've got an encounter with a guy I've been trying to get to come on the AX Machina. He's a local guy. I'm not going to bust him out until he's ready to come on and reveal it himself. But he had a similar experience in a tree stand about 100 miles from where I am right now in the Mark Twain National Forest. And it's a really good story. Him and I have talked, and I really want to get him on the show. Josh says, Kat, did your research touch on the Black Eagle Gulag?
Oh, when they said that there had been a prison escape and that the prisoners had done it and all of that, no, there were no footprints to indicate that. There were no reports from the Gulag to indicate that. But again, I was going mainly by footprint evidence, just kind of a thing with me. I would have expected blood. If somebody attacked him, there was going to be blood, because at least two of the guys had illegal knives on them. So I had to totally discount that, because those men were not going to go down and leave those women standing there. They were going to fight.
Yeah,
and there would have been blood. So
there would have been more standard attack wounds as opposed to dying of crushed heads and crushed chests.
Right. And
having worked as a guard, as an officer inside a correctional facility, I can tell you what an inmate attack looks like.
Yeah. It was just one of those things that would have been an interesting, way to go as well. But it's just like, darn this evidence. What am I going to do with it?
Josh also says it's a supermoon dogmen are active tonight. Yeah, it explains why I want to go out in the yard and howl at my neighbors.
Oh yeah.
And Todd Hunter says they did the Beast of Bray Road over the last 2 weeks on Expedition X. Yeah, I watched that one. It's a really well done cryptid show. I enjoy it. So how do we want to give away these codes? What method should we use?
All right, very quickly. I have written everyone's name down, or if you want to, there's a lot of things we can do.
Yeah, we could let Kat pick them. We could do random.
Oh, gosh,
no. As a matter of fact, you know what? Maybe we could tell everyone, okay, here it is. We can say, go to Kat Dahlman's website. First book you see, I don't know, whatever, we could do that. We could pick a number from the 12 likes that we've had, and that's a hint, folks. Better hurry up, like the program, and we could do it that way as well. She doesn't know the order of the names that I've written down. So I have, let me see, do I have everyone here?
I could go with
1,
one of my
2, 3,
favorite
4,
two
5, 6,
numbers.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, we have 12 likes as of right now, but I'm gonna change up the order number that she cannot see because obviously the first one that likes us, I write their name down. So that is a bit messed up. So
Mix 'em
Josh
up.
Jones obviously would be number one. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come up with an arbitrary listing of numbers, and let's see.
And I'm sending DA my number to as well, so he'll know what number I'm going to pick because it's my favorite number.
Okay.
Okay, so let's give everyone about another minute, and we're at 12 right now. So I think that's the best thing. Has everyone given us a like right here, folks? And let's just do it for a few more seconds. This is great. And this is really cool that you're doing that, guys. I appreciate that. That's absolutely awesome. Look, I don't have any additional likes. I think everyone who's here has done so. Let's go ahead and do this. So I have 1 through 12. I've written everything differently. So
I
I
can't
have
see them.
right. No, here's a list so you guys can see.
Can't
I've
see.
adjusted the numbers. So, Kat, what's the number you would like?
My favorite number in the whole world is the number 5.
And there it is, folks. Number 5, Robert Thompson. There it is, the winner. Mr. Thompson, are you with us? I think you were just a little while ago. Robert Thompson.
Alrighty then.
Okay, well, we're still going to get it to him. Robert Thompson. Okay, I'm going to put it on Facebook right now.
But I get to pick another number because I have another code.
Mm-hmm.
Should we make it where they have to be listening?
No, I can message him.
Okay. I put it in the, there it is. We have one winner. Okay, so obviously I would recommend you do not pick 5 again.
No,
So,
I've got another favorite number. I like the number 3.
hey, the first one to believe you tonight. Number 3, Roger Peacock. There it is, number 3.
Ah!
Roger Peacock. There it is, folks. Roger, I believe you're still in there in the chat room with us. That's cool, man. That is cool. What
That's
I'm going
fun.
to ask, yes, it's a lot of fun. Folks, I need a number generator program that you would recommend for me so we can do it that way better. And I can generate a number. Oh, no, that's to choose it. No, we're okay. We're fine.
Hey, those codes are both sent.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
no, Kat, thank you.
Yeah, I just hope they like them. I mean, I thought the narrator did a really good job on those, and he had a lot of fun with it, and he said he learned a lot.
That is absolutely awesome. And I just arbitrarily wrote in numbers up and down the list. So blame me, folks. I'm the one, but
Josh says he has a few things you can use for randoms. Josh Jones.
excellent. Appreciate that. Folks, I'm sorry. I know it's rude. I'm eating on there, but I have not had anything all day.
You're fine.
I do apologize. My daughter knew I wasn't saying a word, and she's surprised. Oh, there's Raj. There, he's in. That's absolutely awesome. Check it out. Hey, Tocayo.
Yay!
Thank you, Josh. That is absolutely awesome. We're going to do it. So this is really neat. We've been able to give some out that way. I think it's cool. It's for everyone that's in. What we should do is we should take roll next time, and whoever's here. But that's cool. Robert Thompson won, and now Roger Peacock. Ooh, R&R boys.
Yeah. Hey, I'm always good for giving away audio codes and stuff. I mean, I'm always happy about that.
Well, that's awesome
Yeah,
because
I
that get.
apologize.
Oh, you're
Bad
fine,
time.
Roger.
Bad time to take a bite.
You're fine. And Robert Thompson texted me back. Well, messaged me back. Said tell everybody thank you. I guess he already left for the show, but thank you for being here, and hope you guys enjoy that. I know I enjoyed it when I read the manuscript. So
Yeah, and I'm going to be reading it. Kat, I'm not going to read it right away because DA is, for obvious reasons, I have to hurry up and read the books. But now I have another book, so I am reading Apex Predator. Horned Moon is a DA,
Horn the Moon.
and then after that, it's going to be the next Wild Hunt, and then I'm going to go right over to yours, Kat. Thank you. I'm really, really interested in reading this, even though we've talked about it a great deal tonight. This is a
And I
lot of
hope
fun.
you enjoy it. DA is supposed to be writing a foreword for my Lindbergh book, and I see what he's doing instead.
I had
Kat,
to show off my new hat.
yes. Kat, may I, and I say this professionally, forgive me, may I pin you down for an interview when the book is ready to go? I would love to do it, and we could do it either here on video and or we could also do it on Blog Talk Radio. I still have my Blog Talk Radio channel. We can take callers, stuff like that. I'm trying to think of an idea or a way of being able to merge both. And I know it can be done. It's just past my technological prowess. I know Sergio Lomelli, my cousin in the chat room. I know he's able to do that, but I haven't. He's 100 miles away from me. We haven't been able to get together lately. And I also have another gentleman that knows how to do it. So tax season's still going, folks. I need a few more weeks, and then I'll come back to the land of the living.
Well,
and I know we can merge both. But yeah, go ahead, DA.
There is something I would like to talk to Kat about. I intended to talk to her about it on DX Machina the other night, and we just never made it. Kat's been having some odd occurrences around her house, and for those of you who don't know, she lives within rock throwing distance of Fouke, Arkansas, where the Legend of Boggy Creek was at. She's heard something tapping on the side of her house at night. Had some things walking around. She got pictures of a partial print, but it didn't come out very clearly. So what's been going on? I've been dying to ask you what's been going on lately.
Well, I haven't been outside, the last few nights, but ever since I had the thing with something bumping the garage door, which kind of freaked me out, and then hearing the weird noises. I'm just kind of going, and and I would think more about it, but my husband's like, oh, y'all been talking about, things on the show. You're just, imagination and all of that. Yeah, but you know what? My little raccoons have not made an appearance yet. And that kind of bugs me because my raccoon family always shows up. And I haven't seen them. That bothers me. And I've been watching for the cat down the street, Willie, and I don't know if anybody's seen Willie lately because that's kind of bothering me. I don't know.
So you're seeing a lot of small animals in the area are missing?
Yeah, my whole raccoon family so far, and I'm really worried about them because I don't know how to find them. It's not like
yeah.
Where are y'all? It's just been kind of a weird thing. I don't know. There's been a lot of kids out playing in the afternoon more, and so nothing's gotten them yet. I keep hoping that like come get the kids. But I've noticed that people haven't been going down. It's like a huge drainage system because evidently we live in a floodplain.
Oh, great.
Go figure that. It could wait, for insurance to go up, but it's a large storm drain. But you can, it's got the great big concrete, walls, that are like, I don't know, 10 feet tall or whatever.
Mhm.
And you can walk down that, and you can just walk just forever, just you know, over a mile back in there. And I haven't noticed anybody, going back in there recently. So, I don't know what's up with that. But of course, that's not going to show anything. I mean, we have, searched all over that.
Hard to find footprints on concrete.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead, Kat. No, continue.
I know we were back in there one time just exploring, kind of when we first moved in, and one of the guy has like this shed or something, that's built at the back of his yard, and the fence goes right up, close to that drain, but then he has this hook pulley system that hangs over that drain.
That's weird.
I know it.
Wonder what he's trying to gig out of there.
I don't know. I was like, what does he, hang something and bleed it out and let the rain wash it, or I don't know. It's creepy. I mean, real creepy.
Where he bleeds out his kills.
I don't know, but we were like,
Your
yeah,
neighbor's
time
a
to get
serial
home.
killer. Well,
Weird.
I've been telling you, keep me informed on that, because me personally, the cryptid side of me wants to say you've got a Bigfoot in your area, but if you're already hearing the weird noises, we get small animals missing. You found partial tracks up close to the house. You had something bang on your garage door while you're out there. These are all classic signs, classic encounters. So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, could it be a homeless guy following the washout down there and then coming up? Yeah, but I don't think they would give themselves away by banging on your door. That's a good way to get shot in Texas.
We don't get that here. I mean, the whole neighborhood is primarily cops anyway, and I mean,
so you don't get.
I didn't mean to laugh. You
don't get a whole lot of burglars in that area.
No, I mean, knock wood. It is like super safe neighborhood, but it's just the woods all around. It's just like a little tiny.
Well, no wonder you were trying to convince me and Annette to move down there.
You fit in perfectly. I mean, it's like we moved in. They're like, "How do you feel about guns?" I was like, "As long as you're on, your side, and I'm on my side of the gun, we're fine." They're like, "You're gonna fit in perfectly." Yeah, a lot of cops.
Well, Josh Jones said to tell you, he says, I got the audio book and the Kindle copy, so you just got a couple of sales. And then he says, I hope they don't go the way of the JoJo.
The JoJo?
Maybe he meant the dodo.
I may think he meant the dodo.
So, Kat, what is it? What is out there? Once you say it, it is. And if you don't want to say it, that's fine. But
I think that it's probably what makes me a good researcher is that I'm such a skeptic until like something is like in my face. But
I don't want to have it in my face.
I'm super brave and probably way too brave for my own good, but that there are times I get that I need to go in the house right now feeling. I kind of trust that.
I missed what Josh was hinting at. He said Jojo the dog. Jojo the dog from my first Apex Predator book. Lady's dog was named Jojo, and it was taken by a dog man.
No, I'm here to tell you, if something got my little raccoon family, that's going to be it. I mean,
it's game on.
It is big time game on because I named them Scout and Tallulah Bell. I named them after Demi Moore's kids with Bruce Willis.
Bell.
Yes, that's perfect names for raccoons. And I'm like, you leave my baby raccoons alone.
Little trash pandas.
They're so cute.
Yeah, but raccoons creep me out because they basically have hands. They can undo latches. Hell, I've had one unzip the tent one time when I was camping. I was like, "What the hell is unzipping the tent?" And I looked down. There's a raccoon sticking his head in, as we had some stuff inside, like chips inside the tent. So I like kicked at him and he took off. So I moved the zipper so where it zipped from the top down instead of the bottom up. I was like, that little bastard was undoing the zipper and coming in. And he was not afraid until I tried to kick him in the head. And he was like, "Oh, yeah." Kind of hissed at me and went on his way. Like, yeah, you kick rocks, you little bastard.
I like animals.
I do too, but I don't like them coming in my tent unannounced.
Well, no, I keep telling you, y'all come on over and camp in my backyard and figure this problem out for me. But
El Guapo says no way.
I'm more worried about the crazy woman up at the horse farm than I really am about cryptids. I mean, but then, if she weren't crazy, I'd be like, "Hey, what are you always shooting at?" But I'm scared of her. I mean, she shoots things or shoots at things, and she's mean. So.
Well, who knows what she's shooting at, though?
Well, yeah, that's what I wonder, because I haven't heard the coyotes singing, so I don't know. But several times I've been talking to you, going up here, gunfire again, and it's always this crazy fat lady in the big house on the horse farm.
Maybe she doesn't want any animals messing with her horses.
Oh, and they've got a mule. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but. It's just, creepy, because the city limits end at my fence line. So it's kind of, if I stand right up against the fence, I'm kind of almost out of the city limits.
If you lean over the fence and shoot, you're fine.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. But I mean, that's where we are, is right there on the city limits.
Just get Dave to teach you how to make a soda bottle silencer.
Oh, please, DA, go ahead and share with everyone how to do that.
Well, it's pretty easy, especially if you've got a rifle.
Actually, I don't believe you can say that on there.
Probably not.
Yeah,
but it is stupid easy if you've got a rifle.
I got in trouble on Facebook the other day.
Uh-oh.
I
was it the dead hooker photos?
No, they let that slide. No, it was against community standards. I commented on my friend Keith Sinclair, great guy, he's a cop. If he didn't like the Islanders, he and I would be even closer friends. And I said something like, if somebody's trying to stab me, please shoot them. And Facebook was like, boom!
Oh, that was automatic, yes.
I was like, dang.
I did something similar where it was a turn of the phrase, and it had one word that was similar, and it had another word in there, and it was enough that they gave me a warning for the first time ever. And honestly, I've been on... Oh, I didn't mean to say that. Oh, I hate it when my clients say that. 40 minutes into an interview, they'll say, "I want to be honest with you." I'm like, hey! We're 40 minutes in, you dumbass.
So you're going to start now.
Yeah, that's exactly what I tell them. I'm always listening to what they say. And the minute they say, "Oh, I want to be honest with you," I'm like, "Oh, so now we're starting the appointment?" But anyway, lost my train of thought.
Facebook got you.
Oh, yeah. Yes, and I've done some really crazy things on Facebook where I just don't get it. But I did receive a warning. And that was it. They gave me a warning after so many years on Facebook. I finally got a warning, and I'm a malicious. I'm an evil bastard. When I'm on Facebook and I'm moody, I'll just go on a popular website, and when someone says something stupid, I answer them, and I give it like 10 seconds, and then I block them. If you're not that quick enough, go to hell. So I just block them. And I've gotten away with it forever. But again, I said something and it got me in trouble.
I used to get in trouble on Facebook nearly daily. I mean, I was banned so many times. Well, okay, it really wasn't my fault.
Oh, it
This
never is.
No, this was back in the old days, and we all played Mafia Wars. Okay, it was a fun thing to do, and evidently, Facebook did not like my taste in art because my avatar was like a nude woman wearing one white sock on her left foot, and that just pissed them off for some reason.
Yeah. Well, it's not you. It's someone else was offended by it, and that's why.
It was the white sock, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what it was.
It's
Yeah,
the
was the
white
you know,
sock.
sock.
people are
I was
just
I was
so
like,
anal. It's ridiculous.
people have nothing better to do. And a friend of
No,
mine was telling me, man, you get reports every day. I was like, really? Over a game? Really?
it's folks, and both of you being authors, I was always at a loss, and I don't know if you figured this out or not. But I, being a non-author, I never understood butt hurt. I do now, and when it comes to Facebook, the people that file against you are butt hurt, and there's just no way to explain it. It's just it when you see it, and when you have complaints against you, that's exactly what it is. It's because they're butt hurt. On my sports program, we refer to those kids as apron stringers because they're the ones that are still holding on to mama's apron that
Uh-huh.
live in their basements. Those are apron stringers, the ones
I
that.
used to work with an officer that was notoriously butthurt anytime somebody said something he didn't like, and he'd run to the captain's office, and I might have sent him a case of diaper rash cream from Amazon anonymously.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Yes,
Desitin for your red ass.
that's funny. I like that one.
I don't think he ever figured out who did it. Well, if he watches the show, he will, but no, it's too late now. I don't give a shit.
No kidding.
He could run. He could run and tell the captain all he wanted. I don't work for them anymore.
Well, very quickly before I forget, again, I already tried once and I already failed at this because I'm all over the place. Kat, when your book, Lindbergh, your story on the Lindbergh, I'm assuming it's a Lindbergh baby, but once,
Well,
right, we'll see. I would like to interview you and see if we could talk about your book. So that would be great. I would love
oh,
to have an interview on your book.
I'd love to do that. You might want to rethink it when the book comes out because um, I'm going to take some flack on it, and
Roger
and
doesn't care about taking flack. He
let me
returns
ask.
flack.
Well, I'm going to
You give
get
way too much credit.
both of your opinions on this. Okay, like with the outlaw, I did, and I debated over this, but I did go ahead and post the autopsy photos because I thought they were very important to understanding
Mhm.
exactly what went on. And with this Lindbergh case, I've decided to go ahead and to release the photographs, both
Of
where
the
the baby
baby.
was found, yes, and
Oh,
the illegal photo that was taken in the morgue. And I'm doing it for a reason. I'm not doing it to be, "Ew, I'm trying to get to you," and all that. I'm doing it to point out um, that I believe the head was preserved, and that's what I want people to see in the photos. So I'm not doing it just for fun. So do y'all think that's okay if I have a reason?
Yeah, I mean it's pertinent to the case. And I just put a warning and said graphic images contained, and they can either gloss over it or I can send them some Desitin.
very good. In the forward, you can make a note of it, and then when you actually get to it, you can say, "Hey, here it is. Skip to the next whatever, but here's the image. You've been warned, and the reason why I'm warning you is because this is the point that I want to make." Look, if they're reading your book, I don't think you have anything to worry about. But if you want to put that disclaimer in there, that would work. It's very rare when we have to put disclaimers,
I
but
never
say,
do. Yeah, I
well,
don't
then there
do it
you are.
anymore. Yeah, I mean, I quit doing disclaimers about book 20, and thought,
Look,
well, you get what you get.
Kat, you can do an indirect disclaimer, and you know this, where you
Yeah.
can mention it early on and say later on in chapter such and such, on page such and such, I'm going to have this. And you obviously
Be
stated
warned.
what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Without telling them, hey, blockhead, there's something you may not want to see. But by the way, it's in this chapter on this page. So.
Yeah. I just know, there's going to be some people that go, I don't know why in the hell you had to put a
Kat,
picture of that baby in
there
there.
are people crying
They are
about the fact that
butthurt.
we're talking about it now.
Exactly. I mean, you can't win.
The best email I ever received was from some idiot that wrote me an email that said "retard."
Well, I've had a couple of reviews from people who I'm not even sure read the book, but who wanted to give me a negative review, and those generally come from people that either don't like you personally,
Competitor. It's a competitor.
or another author. But
someone who thinks they're your competitor.
Yeah.
Told me I wrote on a third grade level.
Third
grade. I hate when that happens.
Yeah, I'm just a third grader.
Oh my God. Yeah, they you've got to wonder about some reviews, especially the ones that are like the spelling 1L and the grammar.
Some of the
reviews
are horrible.
Retard. Come on, retard.
Yeah.
I've read a lot of books over the years. Some good, some great, some terrible, some just bad, some even in the middle. But you know what I do when I read a book I don't like? I put it away and I move on. Yeah. I'm not going to go try to ruin somebody's rating on Amazon. They're trying to sell their book and make a living just like I am. I'm not going to go try to tank their ratings just because I didn't enjoy their book, because obviously somebody does.
Oh my goodness, DA. Yes, folks, a book that I did not enjoy in the original Star Trek run. Book number 3, The Klingon Gambit.
That was not a very good book.
Do you remember that one?
Yes, I do.
There were 2 funny lines in the entire book. You actually remember that one.
Yeah. Hailing on Friendship Channel 4. I'll be damned if I'll be out friendlied by a Klingon.
Oh my goodness, that is so funny that you remember. Of all things, the 3rd book in the Star Trek series.
It was not a great one.
Gambit. The cover looked awesome.
The cover looked fantastic.
But it was
the writing.
I read the book all the way through, but I did too. I did not leave a comment, and I appreciate you share that with me, Dave, because, or I'm sorry, DA, in that.
I was going to say, did he just call me Dave?
And yeah,
you're my husband now.
Hey, I gotta break the news to Annette.
Freudian slip. Sorry. Yeah, but anyway, I agree with you, DA. It's just. If I'm going to leave a comment, it's going to be constructive. Sometimes if I leave it a low score, I will still say why I left it as a score, and it's my opinion. Because I know I've done some reviews, especially on the online community in Star Trek, and it's something where I'm like, okay, look, in my opinion, this was not good. This was not good. I remember one of the harshest opinions I ever said was, okay, look, I get it. This is a fan film. Okay, guys, this is a good start, but you guys are reliving the fan. You want to repeat all the famous lines from Star Trek. There's nothing there. Star Trek was always about going someplace and telling stories. We're off to a good start. Do it. But if you guys are going to relive all the famous lines from Kirk, shit, we all do that in the shower. Let it go, folks.
Yeah.
So that was probably the roughest I ever was on a fan production. But what is the old saying? All press is good press.
Yes and no. When it comes to Amazon ranking systems,
it sucks.
When they pull your ranking down from 5-star to 4.5-star to 4-star, the farther down they pull your ranking, the less likely you're going to become a featured book by Amazon. And some authors, and I'm not going to name any names because I don't know who does it, but I know it's being done, will go deliberately to authors in their same genre and tank their scores intentionally. And it's dirty, it's rotten, and I would never do it. I think it's despicable that people do it, but it happens.
Yeah. You know that little stalker I had for 2.5 years.
Prime example.
Systematically went through my books, 1 star, boom, 1 star, boom. Yeah.
Just to
And
bring the rating down.
he never read them. And that was just because he was a crazy stalker.
And the bad thing is Amazon, they've got a way you can say reported as harassment, but it does nothing.
No.
I've had a couple of reviews that they start out talking about the book and then it turns into just an attack on me. And I'm like, hey, this is not a book review. This is just somebody that doesn't like me. And Amazon's like, oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That really is a shame because, DA, it's funny you would say that. I was lucky. I've been fortunate doing this for 13 years now, starting on Blog Talk Radio, and I've interviewed so many people. I've been privileged to do so and spend time. Yourself, Kat, right here. You guys are established authors. What am I? I'm sitting in my garage doing a program here, and yet I get to spend time having a conversation with you. I've always considered myself fortunate, but because I'm the one that's had all these interviews, I get ripped by other people, and I don't understand why. And it's amazing to me because on Blog Talk Radio, I swear to you guys, on Blog Talk Radio, and I told DA this, I swear I was one of the only hosts that whenever I had a guest, our phone lines were open, provided the guest wanted to take calls. But our phone lines were open. And I would grant every, I know, forgive me for saying that, but I would grant every guest a minimum of 2 questions or callers. And then sometimes there are some callers that are awesome, man. And you just let them go. You can tell when they hit it off with the guest. But even then, after a little while, you got to say, okay, other callers. I consider myself lucky that I could do that. But I was disliked. And I heard so many posts. Just, it's not about me. But it doesn't matter. So, yeah. And I apologize. I went off. I'm sorry. And what am I talking about? Taking up the space. You guys need to be talking.
Oh, no, but I'm going to share with you what this was before DA was doing Wicked Little Things with me. And one night we were on and
I had to cut that snippet out. This was before when DA and I did Wicked Little Things. I'm going to cut that out.
Leave it to me to say it wrong.
The quote of the night.
That's damn funny. Forget it, guys. That's funny.
Yeah, I was doing Wicked Little Things with Scott Pratt. See, that can make it sound even worse. Oh, gosh.
So you've had multiple partners for Wicked Little Things?
2 hours, 27 minutes. It's in.
I'm into Wicked Little Things. We had a full house and everything was just going great. And we were talking to some splatterpunk horror writers and everything. And this girl called in and I've gotten to know her. She's an absolute sweetheart. But at the time she had been tipping a few back and everything. And so, I just, no, it's a phone call, and I take the phone call and I go, caller, you're on the air. And so she says the name of one of our guests. We'll call him Joe Blow. And all of a sudden she says, I want to F, but she doesn't say F, Joe Blow. And everything went completely dead silent.
Oh, yeah.
None of us moved. All of a sudden, everything beside me started lighting up. Everybody's going, oh, my God, you can't pay for that. Oh, my God, that's unreal. But we were just all frozen. And then somebody started snickering. And then that was it. We couldn't stop laughing. But it was
That's funny.
It was hilarious.
The first time it happens, it is unnerving. But every time, and Kat, you know how it works on Blog Talk Radio. Every time we had a guest that we didn't recognize, And I always wrote down the phone number. So just in case, if we ever got punked again, we had a little list. And then Cliff Zier taught me to, because you can screen the calls. So if you have a producer, you can fake the caller out. And I'm giving this up, I apologize, but you can pretend like they're calling in and they'll go into their spiel sometimes. And you're like, yeah, okay, thanks for playing. Goodbye, good night, you're out. But most of the 99% of the people that call in, they were great. But the first time they actually did something, we would immediately mute them and say, okay, nice try. Let me tell you, that's going to be edited out. So thanks for calling and wasting everyone's time. It will be edited out. Thanks for playing. We move on. And that's what we would do. We would edit it out of the episode. So it's a little tougher here on this network because there's no edit function, but we don't have anyone calling in.
Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those times you just go, what?
Yeah. I think I told DA one of the most embarrassing moments I ever had, and forgive me, you guys can do the research. We had a guest that was coming on, and I called in about 3 minutes before the start time, and the person that answered was, "Hi," and I was, "Oh, hi, I'm calling for we're from NDB Media." She said, "Oh, sure, let me get him for you." So we got him on, and we go through all the stuff, getting ready to go live. And then the co-hosts or the hosts that were running it are doing the interview. And I'm actually doing the producing. So I'm watching the boards, chat room and everything, responding to everyone. And then it dawns on me. I'm like, okay, let me look up the guy. I'm looking him up. And then I see what he's done and I see who he's married to. And my jaw drops. I'm like, oh my God. She wanted to be recognized and I didn't know who it was. You can look up the time when it happened. She was married to him at the time, but it was Christina Loken, the Terminator from the third movie, the female Terminator. It unnerved me when she was like, "Hi!" It was so friendly. She wanted to be recognized, and I stuttered my way through the conversation. And I'm like, "Oh my God, I blew it! I spoke to the Terminator and didn't even know who it was, like an idiot." And I hope to one day have her on the program and say, "I was the idiot that didn't know who you were." And maybe someone who does know her this story will get to her and maybe she'll be on the program in the future. But that was not my only embarrassing moments, but that was pretty bad. I didn't know who answered the phone. It was Christina Loken. Damn.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Oh, yeah. And I will forever live with that. I'm hoping to get her on the program one of these days. And yeah, damn. So anyway, I was all over the place. But hey, I was lucky. And whoever she was married to at the time. I know I should know who it is, but I don't know. But yeah, that's my embarrassing story for the night.
We all have them.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, I can't make that one up. I was stupid, but it's all good. Ladies and gentlemen, we're well in the program. You're listening to The Nightmare Hunter here on NDB Media, as well as on 99.9. I believe we still are live on that channel. So if you guys want to come and join us, find us on The Nightmare Hunter on Facebook.com and come over and spend some time with us. Our special guest today, unexpected, and she accepted our invite to join us. That's Kat Dahlman, and of course, my right hand for today, DA. So I was going to call him DA Hunter.
DA Hunter.
But no. Who are you? Oh, yeah, DA Roberts. Okay. Uh-oh, DA's deep in thought right now.
I'm
Okay,
actually trying to book a guest for the next Nightmare Hunter.
Oh, wow. Oh, there it is, folks. Hey,
we'll see if he answers me. I mean, nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Yeah, we're looking to have an artist who's also in the genre joining us real soon. Apparently, he's really interested in doing this, but it may happen in 2 weeks. We'll see, or 4 weeks. So, but the Nightmare Hunter is on every 2 weeks here on NDB Media, and we're just having a lot of fun tonight. Again, I know Kat wasn't expected to do this. She was doing her tax return. I guess when she got past that, she goes, "I got through the hell. What's the nightmare hunter gonna do to me?"
No, I was right in the middle, and I think I hit a wrong button because all of a sudden our refund went wham, and my husband was like, "Dang, we're getting back all that." I said, "Yeah, I hit a wrong button, but that's okay." Well,
And just send it anyway.
yeah, I mean, I always do things wrong. They always have to go, "Yeah, you can't add. You're stupid."
I want to say that just to mess with a client, that's the coffee station right there where my hand is. My assistant Claudia was helping him out, and he's by the numbers. If it's 99.57, it has to be 99.57. I'm telling, dude, it's gonna round up to 100. No, 99.57. Yeah, all right, whatever, dude. His wife, let's just say she's not as much. So to kind of mess with her, I was right here on my screen doing something. And I did get frustrated because I was doing the entry, return was looking good. Then she handed me a document. So I put it in there, and it's like the refund went back to like 0. And without skipping a beat, I was like, "Oh, come on, man. What the hell? We're back to 0. Now I got to make up some more shit." Okay. Now, her reaction was like, I could see her. Because she was like, I couldn't believe that. I know her reaction was, I can't believe he said it, and that my husband was here. Because I was messy with him more than anything else. But seeing her priceless reaction, she didn't say like, "Dude, what are you doing?" Her thing was like, "He said it." That's what made it fun.
You need to set somebody down sometime and go, "I've been doing your taxes for years, and I'm looking back over these returns, and you're probably going to prison."
Oh, no. I've never said that. I have a calendar. I have a yearly planner, those plastic ones where you can write stuff on there. And I have it with just a few select dates on there. And clients who sit right here in front of me, they look over to the right. Yes, 1040 Easy E strikes again. Thank you, 1040 Easy E. I appreciate that. That's a great line, guys. 1040 Easy E strikes again. So my clients look over to they see the yearly planner, all 12 months, and like, "What's that?" I said, "Oh, that's the statute of limitations." So what do you mean?
Oh.
On that day, that client is free from IRS harassment. Like, what are you talking about? I said, "Well, there's some returns that were done, and there's statute of limitations, folks." Which, if anyone knows, obviously I'm kidding, and I do have to put this disclaimer because I know someone's going to complain. The reality is there is no statute of limitations. If the IRS finds criminal intent, they can go back to the day you were born. Okay? It is for amended returns on the federal, it's the year you're in plus 3. And for California, I don't know about other states, it's the year you're in plus 4. So say 5 years. That's the most you need to keep is 5 years. But again, if it's criminal, you might as well save your birth certificate because that's going to be your identifier when you go to prison. Sorry,
that's all you're gonna have left.
Yeah,
they took my birthday. The bastards.
Yeah, but I love screwing with my clients, man. It's so easy, but I do that. And I'll have to show you the calendar because I haven't put up a 2021. So that's why I looked a little more eerie. I'm like, oh, statute of limitations. On that date, the client is free and clear.
Well, there's a reason when you write out the IRS with no spaces, it spells theirs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right, which is really funny. I tell everyone that during tax season, this is the only time of year when men acknowledge the existence. Yeah, you're funny, Josh. Well, we do. Our online system allows us to do it, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, bragging for a moment. What was I going to tell you? I forgot my train of thought. I'm too old.
I got to tell y'all. So the other night after I was on and everything, so it would have been Sunday afternoonish. So my son looks at me and he goes, "Mom, I saw your cheap vodka by the computer." He goes, "What were y'all doing?"
Drinking and laughing like idiots.
Oh my goodness.
I put a
said
hell of a dent in some Irish whiskey.
I said they bullied me. They pushed
Twisted her
me.
arm.
Yeah, but talk about him knowing people. He goes, I think DA's the kind of person he probably drinks like a really nice Scotch whiskey, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, wow, you're astute. And he said, and you're drinking the cheap vodka.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Josh says he doesn't even keep the W-2s. Look, Josh, we'll talk about that in 2 weeks on Jedi. We'll talk about document retention in 2 weeks. Folks, Facebook.com/Jedi Tax. Every 2 weeks. All Tower Media will be on this Sunday, hence Jedi.tax is not. Think about that. How messed up is that? On one Sunday, All Tower Media, the friend of all nerds. And then what happens on the following Sunday? Income tax. That's a screwed up schedule, folks. But hey, it's all good in the hood. So, DA, if thou'st needest, thou'st should goest.
All right, I'm going to bow out for just a couple of minutes.
Go ahead, DA. Leave, and I'll tell everyone why you left.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, he had to go use the John.
Yeah, we're supposed to be covering.
I know. Oh, you saw the message as well.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, we're not going to cover. We're just going to tell everybody.
Very good, Kat. I'm glad you were in on it. I forgot that you, as a guest, had access to that, which is real cool. That's
I didn't know.
awesome.
It just came up, and I was like, huh? What?
What's this little red light to the right? Private chat. What is that?
Yeah, it's like, oh, I never see those. Cool.
Yeah, it's something that we just do the internal stuff. And so I think you were able to see at the bottom of the screen all the images that are still on, right?
Nah,
So you were able to see when I purchased your book, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I did.
And it
Yeah.
makes me so nervous when I know, that somebody's going to be reading it. I'm thinking, oh my God, what if I had a comma splice? Okay, what if I there was a typo? Okay, what if? And I'll make myself literally sick worrying. I really do.
Oh, right. Kat, forgive me a moment. No, Josh, it was a joke. No, dude, no, don't take it that way. I'm saying, think about it. 1 week, it is, a fun program, and then the week after, you got taxes, dude. I was referring to and excuse me, the dichotomy.
Ooh.
Yeah, every now and then I'll whip out big words. Josh, I was being funny, dude. I'm thrilled that you guys are using the whole thing. I just thought it was, you punk. He says, gotcha. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Anyway, that's pretty cool. So, how far along are you in the Lindbergh? I guess I'm already interviewing you now, Kat. Sorry.
Yeah. I have got to complete a couple of maps and get the forward from DA, and I'm done. I mean, this thing wrote itself. Of course, I was also writing 18-hour days, but that's what I do when I get excited.
When you get excited, I sleep for 18 hours.
Oh, no. I mean, when I got the FBI files, it was like with Day Outlaw, when I got, government files, it's just, automatically this excitement. And I can't, turn it down because it just thrills me to, get those files and start combing through them.
I think, okay, for me to say I think is kind of stupid, but and my opinion, I think is shared by many. I think it was Bruno Hauptmann.
He went by Richard, actually. It's Bruno Richard Hauptmann, but he went by Richard.
Richard Hauptmann. He was clearly railroaded. And I think it was one of the greatest crimes that the governor did not. But I think the governor might have been shot, quite frankly. Because
he tried. Hoffman was really limited on the clemency or the investigation. They had his hands tied, and he did try to bring a lot to light, but there was still a lot of hoaxes being uh, continued, and I want to point this out pre-interview, but because it's interesting, I just want to make you think here. Hopton's attorney was paid for by Hearst, and Hearst ran the newspaper, and he wanted all the inside scoop. That's the whole reason it was paid for. Okay, so this crazy attorney who wasn't fit to defend Charles Manson. I mean, this guy was an awful person. He had stationery made especially for the trial. And on the stationery, he had on the side, on the left hand side, a red ladder running up the side of his own stationery.
Oh, cut it out.
Dead serious. That is how crooked everything was. So just, just kind of just imagine like with Ted Bundy, if they had had like a little white Volkswagen on the stationery, or just something to keep hitting people going, guilt for his own attorney. Really scary stuff.
Yeah, look. It's obvious that he got caught with the money.
Yeah.
And his story could have been proven, and there was no way to prove it. It's just, and there were no witnesses, if I remember correctly, of the person that lived there before, which was kind of odd. Or am I wrong in that? As I understand that Mr. Hauptmann was living in the house of someone else that either gave him the money or obviously more than likely hid the money away.
Isidore Fish was the man that left the money with Hauptmann and went to Germany and died of
Yes.
tuberculosis before the trial. And Fish was a known con man. Money laundering. Oh, I mean, yeah, if anything, Hauptmann knowingly or unknowingly was laundering the money, sure. But that's it. That's like a big difference.
Yeah. Just very quickly, I want to acknowledge Tessa, Nicole, Thomas Peterson. Thank you for the like this evening. Appreciate it. Thank you for listening to the program and for spending time with us. We're actually getting a little bit of a tease, or no, I shouldn't say a tease, but a taste. Yeah, I already got you on one line. I'm not going to get suckered into another one. And I don't want to put you in that spot either, but we're getting a bit of a taste of what she's working on. For lack of a better word, a historical drama, which it's not. It is your investigation into the Lindbergh kidnapping, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Wow.
And it's a theory, shared by definitely more than, just me or, a few of us, but it's still a really hot topic. It's the same with the Jack the Ripper book. If I have enough guts to do it and name names, it's still a hot topic, which is kind of bizarre.
It's interesting that there was really only one case that was ever brought to trial. And I don't know if money was ever recovered because the money stayed. Okay, I forget how much he paid,
50.
but it was 50,000.
Yes. Well, to that particular hoax. I mean.
Oh, to that one. That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
How much did they recover? How much was he accused of laundering, I guess?
Oh, I think they
Wasn't
recovered
that much.
Yeah, like 10,000. I mean,
Oh, wow, actually.
There's a lot of money back then, though.
Oh, good God, yes.
Yeah,
Model T was going for about $500 to $1,000.
Oh, but a ton of it was passed, and they had addresses and fictitious names. But okay, let's ignore that. Let's not worry about all the rest of the money being passed. I mean, there was a lot of this ransom money because they were in gold notes, and we had just come off the gold standard. So, this money was showing up everywhere, and
so it wasn't just because I guess what I saw or what the movie I took in it it was in an area that led to him.
Well, I mean, the money was being passed in New York, but I mean, especially the Bronx. But there were a lot of people living there. I mean, it was,
Yeah.
and all these people had connections. And then you have to go back to, well, Lindbergh was driving into New York, constantly into Manhattan to work with the eugenics doctor. And, you just keep piling on, more and more and more. And it just gets insane. I mean, Hobsbawm should have never.
Yeah. I appreciate what Josh writes on there. A lot of people
Yeah.
that only cared about getting that money in their pocket. And let's be honest, it was a mentality back then to be a little more racist, and that was more so. No one batted an eye. Josh, nothing personal, but I believe that line could still pass today. But
Oh, it was absolutely the gentleman that found the baby's body, Mr. Allen. Um, he remarked later that Lindbergh didn't thank him. He said he didn't thank me. He didn't say nothing. He didn't say kiss my ass. Nothing. And that was a direct quote.
his son, the baby was, oh my,
Yeah, because this was a black gentleman who found the baby, and he was just a non-entity. Nobody thanked him, just nothing, and nobody cared because his
yeah.
skin color. And I mean, it was really sad.
Well, pre World War II, there were a lot of well placed people in the United States and England that supported Hitler.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, and I'm not gonna imply that Lindbergh did, but we know that Lindbergh, as far as his place in history, outside of the spirit of St. Louis, he was a oh my goodness, I can't. He was an isolationist.
He
And
also was given the Iron Cross by Hitler.
yes, he was, and he
But
was very open about eugenics and very open about Hitler has the right idea, is what he said, not me. Yeah.
all right, fair enough. I guess we can talk about it during then. I understand what you're saying, and I cannot believe I'm like,
I know.
I was almost about to defend Lindbergh. He was also a teammate. I'll say it. All right, thank you, Josh. But
yes.
When Kat and I started down that rabbit hole, we found out a lot of things that neither of us ever knew.
Yeah, look, Josh got it right. But look, I'm not going to be here to rip Lindbergh at this point in time because number one, I'm not ready, and two, I already mentioned it. He led the isolationist movement. Mm-hmm. He kept us out, and it could have been that we might have stayed out had it not been for December 7th. And I'm going to deviate, folks. We still look. You had an American destroyer sunk by a U-boat in 1941. Clear violation. You had an American tanker sunk off the coast of Savannah. Thousands of beachgoers witnessed it. And there were others. Those were the most famous moments. And yet we still did not get involved. Now, a lot of it has to do with, and I'm sorry, this is the historical man in me now. A lot of it has to do with the fact that America felt that they were duped by the Allied powers. Because all the stories of what the Kaiser did and everything, a lot of them didn't turn out to be true. But it's more complex than that. I'm giving a 3-hour history lesson in like 10 seconds. So America was not in a hurry to get involved over there again. It's amongst them. But obviously we know it was much bigger. And it took a crystallizing moment of Pearl Harbor. I'm not going to get into conspiracy theories of Pearl Harbor, but yeah, that's another story for another time.
Yeah, it's just I'll give Josh something else here. because I told DA this, or we talked about it or something. Uh, Lindbergh, in regards to his wife and his family and everything, he called himself a benevolent dictator. I just-
Holy
Too
that
close.
shit!
Little too close to home there, Raj.
benevolent dictator. So I will
Raj
share
has used that line.
As a matter of fact, I just didn't think you guys were going to make the connection right now. I have signed many emails. DA's got them. I always sign Roger, Benevolent Dictator, NDB Media. That's no joke. You saw how I reacted. I'm like, oh,
Yeah, I was
man,
watching his
Right.
face.
they're
That's
going to nail me
great.
on that one. Mine has been more of a joke, forgive me. But and it all goes back to the Arab Spring of 2011 when all those petty, damn, evil dictators were falling. We had a staff meeting here at NDB Media, and I, on video, told everyone, "Well, if you don't like it, go somewhere else." Well, that's not fair. I don't care if it's fair. I'm paying the bills here at NDB Media. I decide. And there was like, well, maybe we need a replacement or something. Someone sarcastically said, maybe the little petty dictator needs to be dropped. And it was funny. This was internal. It's just funny. Well, it went public that maybe someone should drop the benevolent dictator. And I did a Halsey speech. For those of you that know and don't know, the Japanese claimed that they sank the Third Fleet. Well, he said, "No, we're okay." I famously stated, the uprising has been put down. The benevolent dictator Roger Noriega is still in power, and it became
That's
our
great.
running joke for a long time.
That
And
is
we were all
great.
messing around. It was we were messing around, but yeah, it got a little too close to home. As a matter of fact, I did not update. I have not updated everyone with the update that we're going to be updating StreamYard. We're going to be going to the option where we can have more channels available to us
Woo!
on or about May 1st.
Yay.
So,
That's freaking awesome.
meaning we'll be able to go to
That's
all of our
short.
YouTube channels, all of our Facebook pages, and dictators are very charismatic.
Yeah, I think it's very benevolent. It's very.
Well, after consulting with the rest of the souls here on the network,
Those poor damned souls.
I tell DA, and thank God no one from Jedi.tax is here right now. I love it when they say, "Raj, it's great working with you." And I'm like,
It's like, did I hear you say with?
I
With?
know. And I tell
Wrong
DA,
verb,
and,
baby.
and I tell other people, "Oh, isn't that so cute?" And I've had clients here, and I have my staff say, "Oh, it's great working with you."
What do you mean with? Where do you get this with thing?
I need a drink.
Nice canteen cup.
Yeah. But it's a lot of fun. But you know, I'm a little bit of a jerk myself, man, and I readily admit it. And it's just fun. But being able to do this is absolutely awesome. Yes, I am the titular head of this name, but that's all it is. What DA does is phenomenal. I've just offered him the opportunity to do what he does. Same thing with All Tower Media. Same thing with everyone on the radio network. Folks, I've got to give them play. Check out blogtalkradio.com/NDB Media. I have 2 world-renowned authors, novelists, Dan Schlossberg, Bob Niesoff. Bob Niesoff, look him up. This guy was AP. He's been to every war there is. He wrote the book Spiderhole. He's doing a program on NDB Media.
It's a great book, by the way.
Wow.
Folks, I don't own them. They're here because I've given them time. I could not afford them. Dan Schlossberg is something emeritus, I should know this, of all the writers on the East Coast. I mean,
Wow.
yeah, guys, he's written like 50 books, and
Cat's
Anyway,
got almost 60.
Yes. But all I'm saying is there are a lot of talented people on this network. And there is an invite to Kat that if she would like to host her program on the network, she's more than welcome. So there
Oh
it is.
wow! Oh
Yeah.
my God!
I
Channel's
told you,
already
I told
being
you he was
paid
going to say
for.
that.
Channel's already being paid for, folks. That's it. It's just, look, we all win where we, and I say this professionally, when we sell each other.
Well, look at the explosion of traffic we've seen on the Nightmare Hunter, the NDB Media page, and on the All Tower Media. I mean, we are within spitting distance of 500 likes on Nightmare Hunter now. I mean, like 493.
I haven't checked lately, but I know NDB Media is almost at 600. Your page is what, 3 million?
God, I wish. A little over 2,000.
Uh-huh. NDB Media was stuck at 111 for like ever. And now I don't know how much it has. It's like it's blown through so
NDB
many.
Media, All Tower Media, they're just over 400. And it's because the shows we're doing.
That's DA. So.
I think you give me too much credit. You guys are a huge part of what we do.
Yeah, look, all I can say is that unlike Hollywood, I don't die at the end of every episode.
Da, you know who needs to be on one of these shows?
Who's that?
Brian Woods.
Oh God, we'd never get a word in edgewise though. It'll be hilarious, but we'll all be sitting there waiting for him to take a breath.
He tells these stories, and
he's hilarious.
He is absolutely hysterical.
We'll give him his own channel. I mean, his own show.
He would talk to himself. I mean, he's a great writer. I do want to say that he is absolutely a great writer. And we've done a lot with Wicked Little Things with actors and directors, and we did the Ghost Hunter show was really good.
Yeah,
we had a lot of people involved in that.
Back on the NDB Media, Roger had Richard Hatch from Battlestar Galactica. He had a couple of playmates. I mean, he had some names.
I mean,
Roger's got some clout.
Whoa. It wasn't me. I was the lucky. Look, we had a 4-year run where my phone would beep and I would look at it and I would say to myself, who is it now? I can mention by memory the people. If you go to the Facebook page on NDB Media, you'll see a few. If you head over to blogtalkradio.com/NDB Media, you'll see a massive list of the people that we've had the privilege of spending time with. Not necessarily interviewing, but spending time with. They gave their time graciously to us. And Richard Hatch is someone that I actually had a chance to meet in person. I admire him. I'm grateful to him. And he did pass away a few years ago.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he did. And when my daughter was hospitalized for 21 days due to oh my goodness, I can't think what it was, but it was related to the gallbladder and the thing that produces the sugar in the body.
The endocrine glands?
No, I forget what it is.
Pancreas.
Pancreas. She had acute pancreatitis.
Oh.
It was bad. She coded 3 times, and I really don't want to go any further on this. Richard Hatch took the time to post on my page, and he said something rather effusive, but I was stunned. And I will always go back to that page because for the 21 days that we were there, everyone took the time to leave a note, to check in to see how my little one, the one that was here, how she was doing. Richard Hatch left a note, and he said, Roger, I'm seeing a lot of the comments, and I know something really heavy is going on. Have faith and have hope. You can never give up. you need to know that tomorrow will always arrive, and you have to keep the faith and be strong. And it wasn't just those few words, it was like 3, 4 paragraphs that he wrote. And I was blown away by it. And this was really only after one time. And I think I had already met him. Yeah, I did. I met him in 2010. And it was a little funny story about that. But he'd already been on the program. And I thanked him each and every time. I thanked him he was on our channel like 4 or 5 times.
That was the one guy I really wanted to be on with. Just never worked out.
He was absolutely awesome, Richard. He was a great person. He loved fandom. He was genuine. He was genuine. He was a lot of fun. And I thanked him on air profusely each and every time. I think he was a little embarrassed by it, but I didn't care. I had to. I wasn't in debt because when he wrote that note, my daughter had met him too. And in her drug-induced haze, I'm like, oh my God, she said, look. I'm like, and of course she, opens up her eye and sees Roger, that she sees what he wrote, and she smiled. I don't know if it was to send me away or it's because she read it, but I said, Richard Hatch left you a note. And she smiled, and she wasn't doing a lot of smiling. And I was forever in his debt for that. And he passed away a few years ago. He was a good person. And almost each and every one that's been on the NDB Media Network, they're good people. They spend time, they're speaking to their fans. And I was lucky to be the one to speak to them. Every interview you go back and listen, they were gracious enough to give us their time. Wow. It's been a hell of a ride, and now it continues. You're too humbled. I don't know. I just Peter Gama, my co-host on Sports Talk with the Guys, always says, "Dude, our fans." No. We don't have fans. We do not have fans. We have listeners.
We have friends.
We have friends. We do not have fans. I've never, and also I never say we're doing another show. I refuse. I said our next program. That might be a little elitist, but I never say it. Yeah, I never.
The rage at the yacht club.
Yes, we do not do shows. We do programs. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when y'all talk about sports, do y'all ever talk about, let's say, ice hockey of the Washington Caps?
Oh, of course. We talk about everything on sports on
Cat
Saturday
is
morning.
a huge fan of the Washington
You're gonna have
Caps.
to yell at me. Yeah.
We're on at 6 a.m.
Never mind.
Every Saturday morning. No, 6 a.m. Pacific time.
Oh God.
That's 8 a.m. We used to be on at 9 a.m. and that was noon on the East Coast, and we switched, and we've been on since November 1st, 2008. And the only time we will never be on is, as a matter of fact, in September. This September, the second Saturday, we will not be on air. Because at the same time we are on air, on the East Coast, they're ringing bells in memorial. They're and we just can't. That's not who we are. We are snidely. We are rude. We're insensitive. We just cannot be on air when that is going on. This is the only time that Sports Talk with Guys NDB Media never has programming during the hours of 5 a.m. Pacific time till about 11 a.m. Pacific time. There will never, ever be programming on NDB Media between those hours on September 11th. That is our only standing order. I don't care who you get. It ain't happening. And if someone were to actually start a program, I'd probably go in there and I would delete it. It's just that's the only day that the only hours from 5 a.m. Pacific to 11 a.m. Pacific, we are not on air. We will not put on a rerun. We will not. Sorry, I got political there.
You're fine. You are
Yeah.
absolutely fine. However, I will tell you how you can bait Kat onto your show. All you need to do is post this picture, and she will come with.
I got it. All right, we're gonna do that. Done. Thank you.
My man.
Do you know that he's short?
That's okay. My husband's short.
Oh wow.
I'm
okay.
short. I'm only 5'2".
That's the same height as Annette.
Yeah, little and loud.
How tall are you, DA?
About 5'10" and a half. But the ironic thing,
11 and a half.
so when we discovered this when my wife and I got married, I can take my wedding ring, which is a size 13, and I lay it in my palm and put her wedding ring inside it. It will fall right inside it and fits perfectly.
Wow.
Also, I can walk up behind her when she's standing and put my chin on top of her head without raising it.
I don't think I can do that to my significant other. My significant other is either 5'4" or 5'5". I forget. Yeah. Wow. Go figure. Ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to NDB Media's The Nightmare Hunter here on NDB Media. We're 3 hours and 10 minutes in. What a glorious evening. I know, unfortunately, for some souls, it is now Tuesday morning, but it is what it is. I'm feeling better. I took the drugs. I mean, the Tylenol. So that's good.
Whatever was the brown paper.
You guys saw that, right? Where I said, this is all I asked for, but she brought me the Big Mac and the fries. That was sweet. I sent her a text. I know you guys didn't see it, but I sent her a text saying, I'm hurting, man. Can you find the Tylenol? Took her a little while. I guess she was already coming back from getting the Big Mac and the fries. So it's all good. Ladies and gentlemen, what a glorious evening and or morning. We got Josh and everyone else in the chat room. Guys, let us know, and girls and everyone else, please, let us know if you're
Folks.
in the chat room.
That's why
folks.
when I do messages on my page, I always address it as folks.
Yeah.
Hey, folks. That encompasses everybody.
Yes, I've learned, forgive me, folks, I've learned the new phrase within the last year, non-binary. I didn't know what that meant. So an individual that I knew was non-binary, and I get it. I know what it means. But the individual told me that they had a dog, and I asked, hey, so what is it? Is that male or female? And the person said it's male. I'm like, oh, it's okay for the dog?
Raj.
So bad.
Yes.
Terrible.
Graciously, the individual laughed and still said yes. It was funny. And that was it. But I readily acknowledge and accept it. I'm oblivious to many things. So as I tell people, if I don't know what it means, I ask. And it's all about love and respect in the world, folks. That's what it is. So if I say something stupid, understand I'm trying to get a laugh.
I'm good with everything, and if I don't understand, I always ask my son, because he's always willing to explain things. He'll even do like a graph or chart if I'm really stupid or whatever. But and this sounds crazy, but my biggest problem has been like if I'm trying to talk about something and I'll say they had their book with them because I'm trying to talk about somebody who's non-binary, and I can't do it because of the grammar. Because I'm used to saying he or she had the book with him.
You're from Texas. Just say y'all.
I know. It's just one of those grammar
Y'all use y'all
things.
for everything.
No, not what I'm writing, and that's been my biggest issue because I'm just like I can't. The keys because I'm thinking, no, grammatically this doesn't work, and I'm like, can everybody just change everything and make up something new for me because the grammar.
Peter David. You guys all know who he is. We had the privilege of having him on. I think it was either once or twice. Sorry for the name drop. But the reason why I'm doing this is because he wrote a series of books called the New Frontier series for Star Trek. And he had a character in there that was, I think, ahead of its time, at least for most of us. I believe
Star Trek Excalibur series,
which was the New Frontier. Very good, very correct. So you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
He used those pronouns back then, or the
I cannot remember the name of that
non-pronoun.
character, but I know the character you're talking about.
And
Wow.
that was way ahead of its time.
Yeah, that's been years ago that he did that.
Yes, and the character, and he had the language down and said exactly how it should be said. And Peter David was terribly funny one night. He was with us on a Friday night, and we don't know how long they're going to commit with us, but Peter David had already been on for like an hour and a half, and we're like, damn it. And we said, you know, Peter, before we went on air, we forgot to ask you how long you wanted to spend on air with us. We're sorry, which really embarrasses the guests. You know, they're
Puts
like,
them on the
shit,
spot.
you know, I wanted off an hour ago, dude, but they won't admit it.
I was trying to give you 15 minutes, you jackass.
Yeah, and Peter David said, oh, no, my daughter's out on a date. I'm staying up. I'm with you guys. Oh, my God. That was so funny. He says, I'm waiting up for my daughter. Don't worry about the time.
Just me and this here shotgun.
Oh, my God. And then Peter David said something else, which was really cool. Because, you know, again, we took calls, and someone asked him, and they said, what is the advice you would give to writers? And I might ask both of you for the same thing, but I want to tell you what Peter David said. He said, in Hollywood and in everything, everyone's going to rip you. Everyone's going to try to destroy you because they're jealous of you and they're competing against you. Keep writing no matter what they say until they stop buying. Because once they stop buying, then it's real.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're no good. Otherwise, you keep writing because everyone will tear you down. Do not give up until you know it's time to give up. And that was really cool when he said that. He said it's a dog-eat-dog world. And, yeah. What would both of you, if I may, and I don't want to, I'm going to put Kat on the spot last. DA, what would be your advice? Well, it gives her a chance to think of something. And then, you know, it's like, just shut up, Raj. DA, what would be your advice to someone, I'm a first-time writer, what would be advice that you would suggest?
I would tell them to write, continue to write. Don't give up the writing. And write at your own pace because it's not a contest. How fast I write a book is no way a reflection on how fast they should write a book.
Yeah, Speedy Gonzalez.
You write at your pace and you write for your audience. Write for yourself first and foremost, because you want to tell the stories that you want to tell. Don't give in to pressure. Tell your story your way. And at the same time, the only competition you should be considering is trying to be a better writer tomorrow than you were today.
Wow.
Ooh, that's good advice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Kat.
My turn, huh?
Okay, Kat, real quick. Josh is directing this to DA. You write about as fast as I breathe.
If that were true, you'd be dead.
Ooh, got a little bit of lip from the author there. A little bit of fireworks.
I wish I could write at the speed of thought because I've got so many freaking stories kicking around in my head. If I could go and have a done manuscript, man, I'd have so many books out of just not.
So, DA, are you telling me that you don't have the speech recognition software or a mic that you dictate?
I don't dictate because every speech recognition software I've ever tried just can't seem to grasp hillbilly. So
yep, same here.
I'll be like, I said shambles, not shambhala. What the hell are you typing?
Exactly.
And then I'll say, stop it. Quit quoting me. Will you freaking stop typing already? How do I back this damn thing up? And it's all printing out on the screen. I'm like, screw it. I'll just do it by hand.
Yep.
That was a tad too real. I was just watching, man.
That was literally my conversation with Dragon when I tried Dragon software.
Oh, I loved it right now that you just said literally. We'll talk about literally in just a few moments, folks. I love that word. And by the way, folks, Kat, we'll go to you in a moment. DA, do you watch Young Sheldon?
No, I don't watch hardly any TV.
Yeah, okay, fine,
Mm-mm.
whatever. Kat, do you watch Young
Mm-mm.
Sheldon?
Nope. I don't want to
We
do
were
those.
talking about the IRS a few minutes ago. Sheldon took on the IRS 2 episodes ago. I was in hog heaven. So it was just funny. It was the Young Sheldon. Sorry, I was getting emotional here. Kat, if someone were to ask you, what advice would you give to a budding writer? What would it be?
Um, not everybody is going to be able to do it full time or as a job, and a lot of writers lie like big dogs that they are. And when they're talking about, I got 17,000 downloads on my new book this month, I'm down about 500,000. They're lying, and say don't compete. I mean, kind of like
Yeah.
what DA said, too, be you, because most of them, they're just, I mean, they are just kicking up the dust. They're not telling the truth.
I agree with her on that. I mean, for anybody that knows me knows I'm no Jonathan Mayberry. I know Jonathan Mayberry. I'm no Jonathan Mayberry. Jonathan Mayberry is a hell of a writer. He's a hell of a nice guy. Our styles are not similar. He writes a wonderful book series, and he turns out a very good book, and he does a good job in sales. I don't compare myself to Jonathan Mayberry because I'm not Jonathan Mayberry.
Yeah.
However, I would like to reach the level he's at. Him or a Larry Correa. Those are both guys that write similar to me in my similar genres. The guys I would like to be on their level, but I don't view either of them as my competition, nor do I compare myself to them.
But I'll tell you what. I keep telling DA this, and he just won't listen to me.
Because I'm a hard-headed idiot. Ask my wife.
If he would go the route of, let's say, Chuck Tingle and write, the cryptid backyard buddy, wink wink, and Bigfoot likes the boing. I'm telling you, the man would just be rich.
First off, I'm not emulating anybody whose last name is Tingle. And I don't do cryptid smut. Not happening. I would rather be broke and proud of myself than not able to look at myself in a mirror while I'm fanning myself with a wad of cash. I'd rather be broke and respect myself.
We've talked about that before, how do you get the romance in there? Well, he took her hand, and the next morning, and we're like, wait, there's something missing there. We're
It's
missing.
like a caveman. He clubbed her over the head with a club, and she woke up pregnant. Where's the romance in that?
We're missing out on the Chuck Tingle book.
I can't see me writing dialogue that go, "Ooh, Bigfoot, love you." I just can't do that.
But it's hilarious because
He brought me a dead mouse.
But people like their cryptid action.
Maybe they do. Maybe it pays the bills, but I ain't doing it. Not even under a pen name.
Yeah, I tried some things under a pen name and never again. I made it like 2 books, and then I was like, I'm out of material. It gets a little repetitious.
Well, all of those books are just formulaic anyway. So it's like romance novels. 2 people meet, they can't stand each other. There's a tense moment. They kiss, they make love. End of story.
No, but somebody has to, the girl has to chew her lip. I mean, you'd think somebody's lip is going to get chewed off.
Bite her nails. I just don't think I like this new guy that moved in. I just can't see myself with him. And the next page they're making out.
That's because
Wow.
he's rich and good looking and has a cocky and daring attitude.
So, yeah. Well, let's discuss that. 50 Shades of Grey. Would have been an episode of Criminal Minds if the guy lived in a trailer house.
This is true. This is true. And she would have chewed her lip completely off.
If he had been a broke redneck in a trailer house somewhere in southern Alabama, that would have been an episode of Criminal Minds.
Yeah, that's fair.
It was only sexy because he was a billionaire.
Yeah, unfortunately, I had to see those 3 movies in the theater.
Yeah,
I'm
well, I've ducked
so
those. I
sorry.
need you to duck those.
Well, others yes, but those I could not. I
I'm
could
so
imagine being
sorry.
audited. Yes, thank you. But you know what? It was one of the rare times that my wife ever actually asked me to go see a movie. So, and there was one of my coworkers, and he was whining about it. He was like, my wife asked me to go. Dude, how many times has your wife asked to go out with you somewhere? Oh, well, I said, has she ever asked to go see a movie? No. Shut up and go. And after a week, I was like, so how was the movie? It was horrible. How was the after party? Exciting. Shut up then.
You didn't go for the movie.
Times, yeah,
You went
the
for the
rare
fringe
times
benefits.
that your wife says go or your girlfriend, you shut up and go. And I will say, and I, you guys, all of you will never judge. You'll never see me in the same light. And I feel I may be giving DA some ammunition, but my wife did ask to go see the HBO series Sex and the City.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
I went to see both movies with my significant other. And I was telling young guys, single guys, I'm like, dude, I was in a theater. If there were 500 people, there were 4 guys in there. Don't be stupid. What is Roger writing? Let me see. A dead mouse, LMO, poor tree. He's never going to put that down. No, he's not. He's not. But, let me tell you. Now, the problem is I had actually seen some of the series, and I'm eternally grateful for George Herbert Walker Bush because of the law that he signed in the American Disabilities Act. The language was in English. So my wife was watching HBO, and it had subtitles in English, and she was learning English. And, funny, it was from Sex and the City. And I was eternally grateful for that. Because of that law being signed, she began to learn quite a bit more English. So it's kind of cool. But I did see some of the episodes because, hey,
They're
Kat,
amusing. They're
did
amusing.
you ever watch Sex and the City?
All the time. They're amusing.
Of the very little bit, I've seen, of the 6 years, I may have seen 20 episodes. And I saw both movies. Okay.
I don't think I could name an actress in that.
Well, I was about to ask Kat.
There's one of them. I don't know her. I can't remember her name, but
Yes.
she's got a horse-like nose, and she's married to Matthew Broderick.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
she's got a freaking Streisand out there.
Wow. Anyway, Kat, for the little bit that you know of me, of the 4 girls, who do you think would be my favorite? Of the little bit that you've been able to do with me now.
oh gosh. This is a serious question.
Yeah, which one do you think did it for me?
Okay, I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
I know, because you have no choice, yeah.
but I'm gonna answer with the reason. I'm gonna go with you like Samantha, but not as a sex kitten, but because she's so very honest and open.
That is impressive. No, I went with the ditzy airhead, Charlotte.
Really? That was my last choice. No.
Now, remember in the movie when they went to Mexico and she lost herself and all of a sudden took a tiny bit of water and throughout the whole movie? Oh, you could hear her stomach.
Oh, she is
I thought that was
precious.
so funny. Yes, Charlotte.
She's
forgive
my
me, folks.
favorite.
She's my favorite. Go figure.
But I was thinking Samantha because she's just so open and just willing to put
And-
herself out there.
She also played Valeris in Star Trek VI, The Undiscovered Country.
Oh.
So her line would have been,
So I do know another actress in there. I liked Valeris.
yeah, You see, when you said, I bet you it would be Valeris, I'm sorry, but it would be Samantha, I would respond in the Valeris voice by saying, I don't think so, sir. That's from the movie Star Trek 6.
Josh says he's sure Dream would buy those books.
Yeah, I did
Are
post
you
that
kidding?
one
He'd
earlier.
be starring in them.
You know what? I will tell y'all something, and only here, only tonight, so nobody will ever hear it again.
So you think.
Yeah, so I think. My husband won't go see a movie with me because I have this thing for a really embarrassing movie franchise that I absolutely love. And it doesn't fit me because they're the dumbest movies ever. And I like to think I'm a little bit smarter. But I like the Fast and the Furious. There, I said it.
Just
funny,
tell
yeah.
Dave they're serving crayons at the snack bar. He'll go with you.
He won't. He hates them. And I love Fast and Furious movies. I think they're
I've got pictures of
wonderful.
Dom. I've got pictures of Dom's car. It was featured at a show I was at. So I've got pictures of that car. I wanted to get in it, but like, no, you can't get up. No, you can't get up close to it. Stay back. I'm all right, asshole.
Movies are supposed to be fun.
They are escapes, just as books
Uh-huh.
are. That's what they are. They're it is what keeps us grounded. They are books, movies. They are that which our forebearers had 500, 1,000, 2,000 years ago when they sat at the campfires. That's exactly what they are today.
The stories
They're
we tell.
no different.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there's nothing that has changed from then to now.
Well, Samantha's different. I don't know if it pays me and talked about Samantha.
Oh, there were a few long-haired folks. There were a few that even carried some clubs back then. Those are the ones that were drawn on the cave walls.
Yeah.
Bunga Bunga and Margaret. Oh,
Oh, and Margaret.
yeah.
Oh, DA. Oh, that's funny. I think we all got screwed on that one.
And Margaret.
That's funny. The Fast and the Furious. That is so cool. You know, I'm a big sci-fi fan and everything, but I have to admit, I've said it before, I am a Pierce Brosnan fan, and I did enjoy the 4 James Bond with Pierce Brosnan. And
I like Pierce Brosnan.
I
No.
love the 4 of. Oh, I'm sorry.
You know who I like, don't you? As far as James Bond. Come on.
It's either Moore
Sean Connery.
or Sean Connery.
Well, besides Sean Connery, and he's obvious. Now, come on,
Oh,
think
Roger
about it.
Moore?
No.
You
Who
went
am I?
for Timothy Dalton?
Who am I madly in love with here?
Roger
Who?
Craig?
I'm in love with.
I mean,
Putin.
Daniel Craig.
Putin. Yeah, looks like. Yeah, there you go.
Old wooden face Daniel Craig.
Well, at least there's a consistency to it.
I know.
Daniel Craig was in The Road to Perdition with Tom Hanks.
Space.
He had a small movie in that one. Oh wait, well, Roger, you're in luck. The next Fast and Furious movie is going to space.
They're racing starships.
I didn't know that. I've seen 2 Fast and Furious movies. I
I've
think
seen
it
the
was
first
number
like 4 or
7.
5.
Okay, Kat, have you seen them all?
Oh yeah.
The one that started out in Cuba, is that number 7?
You know, I don't remember where they start out. There's a bunch of cars and they go fast.
All right, fair enough. I see. You go for the lights and the speed. I get it.
Yeah, the one that was in like okay, I don't know my geography. It was in Singapore or somewhere. It was somewhere not here, and the car was like zooming through the skyscrapers. That's the one I know the best.
Oh wow. DA,
I've
I
got
cut you
Statham
off.
in it.
Oh, he's so good looking too.
I like
Yes.
Jason Statham.
I'm sure he is.
He'd be my of modern actors. At the moment, he'd probably be my choice to play Wiley.
Oh, DA, I see your modesty because we all know that you're Wiley Grant.
Whatever.
Uh-huh.
I don't know about that. When I created
Find
the
out.
character of Wiley Grant, my mental image was Michael Chiklis from The Shield. Well, Michael's
You can say all you want.
he's a little up there in age now, but I think Statham could still pull it off because he's not a young guy; he's in his 40s, and he gets kind of dragged into this situation.
I gotta look at Michael.
Michael Chiklis from The Shield is who I
Jason
originally picked.
would be a great Wiley.
I totally agree.
I
As
think
does
I
my
know who
wife.
you mean.
Michael Chiklis? Oh, I'll pull up a picture of him.
Wait a minute.
Didn't he play the
No.
Thing?
Oh no, that's not who. I was thinking about the guy that was in Breaking Bad that played the cop that I loved. so
Oh,
much.
Oh,
yeah. No,
no, but that he's a good actor too.
I love him. For some reason, that's who I was thinking about.
Actually, they're not too far. I can see
Yeah.
him doing it. Just
Hank, that's who he played. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
I don't remember that actor's name.
I don't either.
But this is Chiklis when he was in The Shield, and that is why I originally chose him as Wiley.
Yeah, that's pretty badass.
He was a bad son of a bitch. It wasn't the most honest cop. He was kind of dirty. And that series was about bad cops. But as far as the acting goes, he was spot on.
Okay, but
That's who I envisioned when I created Wiley.
Yeah, but too bad your audience determines, and you are
It's true.
Wiley.
Dean Norris is the guy that played
Dean Norris.
Dean
That's
Norris.
his name?
He's a good
Yeah.
actor.
Yeah, I mean it's not a memorable name. That's why I had to look it up. Yeah, he played Hank Schrader in Breaking Bad. Yep, absolutely loved him in that. Yeah.
Sorry, folks. I'm looking at my phone because I have to update a code on one of my networks. So before I forget, I've got to update it. Block. It's blog, you idiot.
Vincent D'Onofrio for Wiley.
Gotta look him up now.
He's the guy that played the guy from Full Metal Jacket. 5.56 millimeter Full Metal Jacket.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Joker. Yeah, that guy.
He's got a good look. Yeah.
Yeah, he also played Kingpin in the Daredevil series on Netflix. So I think D'Onofrio could pull it off. He's a solid actor. That's a good choice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or
He
if
has
you
the right look. Yeah.
or if you can convince him to shave his head, John Bernthal would be a hell of a Wiley, but I don't think you can get him to shave his head. I love John Bernthal, and he can pull off the chops. I mean, the guy knows his way around a gun, and he's a hell of a fighter.
He shaved his head in The Walking Dead.
Oh, that's right. He just peeled it down, but he would have to. Wiley shaves his head actively. So.
Oh yeah. But I agree with you on that. That would be.
Bernthal would be a good one.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
We lost Raj.
I got distracted. I saw it.
Okay. Josh says,
Very
speaking of all
good.
those individuals, Kingpin, Daredevil, Punisher, and Jessica Jones are all coming to the MCU as their characters, but in new stories, so Netflix is not connected. Well, that's too bad because I think they should have kept the ground that they covered in Punisher because those 2 seasons were freaking awesome. Some of the most brutal fight scenes I've ever seen. I'm just the jail fight where the Punisher's fighting basically an entire cell block. That was freaking awesome. The fight in the sky in the skyscraper they were demolishing when the 2 guys, actually it was 3 guys came after him. One of them had a gun and all he had was a hammer. That was a brutal fight scene. Just a fantastically well choreographed fight all throughout that series.
DA, forgive me a moment.
There you
it?
go.
Is that it?
That
Okay.
is the one. In the right spot.
It's on its way.
Woohoo!
So I'm going to have that one very, very soon. I just got the email saying delivery is Friday, April 30th.
I'm going to talk to my wife after the show and see if she'll let me order the Bigfoot roller skates one.
That's so funny.
I want that one so bad.
So I apologize. It's as the items come clear and when I'm able to get them, he tells me that it's Han shot first. That's the T-shirt. In one of the first book, I got out of the Jeep Liberty, and I was wearing a Han Shot First T-shirt. So I didn't have anything. That's why I got this one, which I think is really funny. The I Believe T-shirt, but I'm gonna have to wear the Han Shot First. So
Oh, you were supposed to hate the character of Shane on The Walking Dead because
Yeah, he was supposed to be
a love-hate relationship. I
that guy was an asshole.
okay,
it's just good. It's good acting by Bernthal. To
Yes,
but you know what? I
clearly.
understood him. I understood him probably better than any character on there because he was so torn. I mean, he suffered, and you could see that he was messed up. But I liked everybody that nobody else liked. I liked Lori, and everybody hated Lori.
Yeah.
Oh man, I liked her. So
Carol was one of my favorite. Clearly,
everybody's favorite, but not mine. I don't get
I
Carol.
quit watching that series when it turned into a soap opera, which was about the beginning of season 2.
really.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just became a soap opera.
After the second season is when it blew up, man.
Well, by that point, I was already disgusted with the series. I watched the occasional episode, but
I don't watch it anymore. I got kind of tired of the whole thing of let's give a character notice, kill him.
I cited a siesta hunter. What the hell? All right, fine. I get it.
Yeah, I quit watching too. Yeah, mine was because of the director.
Oh, Aptede?
Hmm?
What was his name? Aptede or something?
Who?
On The Walking Dead?
The director?
Yeah.
No, that was what's his name that
I-
originated it. Yeah.
You got me. I
Okay,
don't know.
Don't do this to me. Okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, which is what I do all the time.
No, it's okay.
Hi, have we met?
I just can't think of the.
DA's like, yeah, I've met you, you little bastard.
It was the original. The I can't find anything now because it's not coming up. The guy that originated it and started the character of Daryl, which is why Daryl can't be killed.
Norman Reedus.
Yeah, the director is
Kirkman.
no, I don't like Kirkman.
I thought
No.
Kirkman was the
Darabont.
Darabont. Okay, I said
That's the
Aptede.
man. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the man.
the Kellerman or whatever Kirkman, whatever his name is, he's the one that actually draws the writes the comic, isn't it?
Yeah, he and I
so.
don't get along.
DeBont. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think,
DeBont.
you'd think you could be able to write things, in chat rooms and not have people get all pissy over them. When you just mention that they're an idiot. I mean, come on. Yeah.
Oh wow. There's a lot of love in the chat room for The Walking Dead, I see.
I used
think
to
I'm
love it.
Hung out the longest. When Negan shows up, that's when I bailed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I used to watch once in a while that.
No, I saw the first 5 to 6 years.
I didn't like where they were going, and I didn't like what they did with Rick because I was a big Andrew Lincoln fan.
Well, in the comics, it was Rick that lost the hand and wound up with the cap with the knife on it.
Oh.
Yeah. And
they did that to Merle.
Andrew Lincoln is a phenomenal actor, and I just
But if you ever see him aim that python, it looks like he's pointing it at the ground. Like clearly he's British and has no idea what he's doing with a handgun.
Okay.
Oh, he was great in Love Actually.
Yeah. Okay, but you're looking at the handgun pointing as like somebody who knows what he's doing with a gun. That's kind of like a.
He was a sheriff.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
a deputy. And
Yeah,
the stuff him and Bernthal did as deputies, I'm like, all right, who wrote these two jackasses?
Yeah, but see,
If I'd have been their corporal, I had them both against the wall screaming at him.
I thought it was sexy the way he would kind of hold the gun like it couldn't fire at anybody. I just thought it was kind of alluring.
I thought it was stupid.
Of course you did. You wanted
If I'd have
to.
aimed like that, I'd have been dead.
Oh, Josh says that Negan is the only redeeming quality of the current stories.
Well,
Wow.
just simply
I like
because
the
I like that
actor.
actor.
Oh, he is wonderful as an actor. Yeah.
I
It's
hope
just,
the mic didn't pick that up. No, I apologize. My stomach is not doing well at the moment.
It's the Big
Ugh.
Mac. Big Mac's revenge.
That's why I apologize. Oh, hey, I'll have a Big Mac every day of the week and twice on Sunday if I can. But this is only the first Big Mac I've had in a while. So, all right.
What was the actor that named Jeffrey Dean Morgan?
Yeah.
Yeah, he would be my choice for playing Command Sergeant Major Hammond in my Codename Wild Hunt books.
you're just trying to call everybody that's great. Okay, I get Ed Harris for some role.
They could be in more than one movie.
No. You call your people. I'll call my people.
Okay.
I get Ed Harris.
We're gonna divvy them up like poker chips.
I get Michael Biehn too.
Oh, you can't. You can have him. I saw him on the episode of The Mandalorian. He looks terrible.
Oh,
He's not aged well.
Michael who?
Michael
Biehn
Biehn from the Terminator.
In the episode of The Mandalorian, he
Oh, Michael Biehn, right? Oh,
some people age like fine wine. He aged like
Thunderbird.
Yeah, like Thunderbird.
He looks great in person. He and Linda Hamilton.
Oh, I
both
love him as an
do.
actor. I think he's a great actor.
I literally was speechless looking at them. I couldn't even say anything that, it was like, they're like, okay, bless her little heart.
The thing that bothered me most about the Terminator, it's not that they traveled through time. It's not that he appeared naked. I got the physics behind that of why they couldn't say anything. It's that when he first appeared, he stole pants from a homeless guy and wore them without underwear. How gross is that? That son of a bitch just stole my pants.
You just got to point out the bad part.
Well, I would have sooner just walked naked through downtown LA than steal.
Hold on. That's what ruined it for you?
No, I loved the movie. I'm just saying that one detail was like, no, don't do that. No.
It wasn't a paradox. It wasn't.
It was survival.
It was the fact that he just gave himself a nasty case of gonosypha herpelades by putting those pants on naked.
The hell's that? Is that from a?
It's like everything.
Black series?
It's like everything wound into one.
You don't know that. He might have just been a poor soul that lived on the street.
Yeah, you're just judging.
No, I'm just assuming because I've smelled the back of a patrol car after booking one.
Okay, that's fair. Well, you're generalizing. As someone,
it's like, can I just take this to the car wash and just hose the whole thing out? You'll ruin the upholstery. It's already effectively ruined.
You get upholstery in the back seats over in LA County here.
Mostly they're plastic now. Yeah, you can hose those out, but some of the older ones still had actual seats.
Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
There's not enough breeze in the world to get that smell out of a car, I can tell you.
Oh, God.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to the latest adventure of the Nightmare Hunter.
Smell-o-vision.
Well, it's all good in the hood, so they say.
Oh, y'all. Oh, it's getting late. I'm going to have to run. I didn't even realize it was this late. I was sitting here having fun.
I'm going to have to get with the wife and see if we can order Domino's late because I'm freaking starving.
You should. I had my delivery, and my little one brought me the Big Mac, which was absolutely awesome.
Well, y'all, thanks for letting me come in and run my mouth for.
Well, it was really all about you before you even got there because I was already plugging your book.
Thank you.
Yeah, we said several times, maybe we should have invited Kat for this episode because she only has a book out.
But we don't like her, so we won't. Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, she's a total bitch. We don't want her.
I'm like, I'll message her. 9 times out of 10, she ignores my messages for about 48 hours, but I'll message her.
Oh, so Kat and Roger have that in common, DA?
Yeah, it's hit or miss if you send a Facebook message to Kat. You might hear right back. You might hear back on Thursday. You don't know.
Oh, that is not even. That is not even.
Is.
No, my phone. I ignore my phone.
I've had to text your husband to go, where the hell's Kat? We're supposed to be on the air in 5 minutes.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah. Okay. That's generally okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll cop to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't deny that one because that happened.
Yeah. Okay. That one is fair, and I do ignore my phone, but usually on my computer, I'll pick up messages. Usually, it just kind of depends. No.
It's hit or miss.
Yeah.
Well, either that or she's just ignoring me.
No. So
Could it be that as well? Oh, it's that idiot again. I'll get to him later.
Stop it.
No, if I have my browser down because like I'm working on a script or I'm finishing up, something on a book and everything. If I have my browser up, I'm gonna be going, oh, look at that cute cat picture. Oh, that's so funny. Okay, I gotta comment on that. And yeah. So it's really bad for me. I don't write the forward for books, but
I forgot. I've got a lot going on this weekend. I'll knock it out.
I'm just kidding.
I'll do it today.
No, I'm not through with my maps anyway. I'm just being mean.
That was at the 350 mark. 227, Wicked Little Things. 329, maybe Fast and the Furious. And now, Mr. I'll Knock It Out. Mr. I'll Knock Out the Forward.
No, I've got to give him props for helping me with Day Out Love. I mean, because he really did.
Yeah,
give me a lot
too
of
bad,
insight.
Kat. That's not going to be a part of the recording.
Damn.
They cut off a moment ago.
Damn. Always too late.
Story of my life.
That was funny.
I try. But anyway, so I'm going to run. It's been
Kat,
great
thank
talking
you.
to y'all. Anytime,
Thank you.
y'all just message me and I'll ignore you and then I'll get with you and I won't.
Well, we definitely want to have you back when you're ready to talk about the Lindbergh book.
Okay. We will do it.
What are you going to call it? What's the working title?
Well, once you get the damn forward out of the way, you'll have a title.
Yeah, Mr. I don't write my forward. I switched.
Sorry, DA.
No, DI, you had a good title, but then I went with Sins of the Fathers because I really want to talk about Hoptiman's son, Bubby, as well.
Star Trek Next Generation.
I like that.
Yeah, because both the fathers, caused everything one way or another that happened. So
It's probably less dramatic than, say, Lindbergh, the fall of an American icon.
Wow.
Lindbergh is what? Who was it that said he's a douchebag?
Josh.
Josh.
Josh Jones.
I kinda,
Lindbergh, a D-bag story.
yeah. I kind of had that as a secondary working title there.
There it is, right there. I'll say it. He was also a D-bag.
Yes,
And then
Yeah.
he just put this up.
yes. Josh rocks. I love Josh, and I don't even know Josh.
Josh is awesome.
I love him.
But he doesn't like the time travel stories in the Terminator.
Okay, I can work around that.
Yeah, I'm fine with the time travel. It's those pants that just get me every time.
Now you've ruined the movie for me for all time. I just want to thank you for that. Just one.
You're so welcome.
Just one more movie you've ruined. Thank
It
you.
was ruined when I didn't recognize Christina Loken. Ugh.
Y'all are too funny. Okay, I'm really, really going.
Okay, Kat.
Good night
Thank you
to
for
all of
coming on.
y'all. Yeah, and good night to Josh, who is by far the most brilliant person here. I mean, I can tell.
Definitely. And Kat, we actually managed to stay mostly on topic tonight, as opposed
Scary.
to the other night when we wanted to talk about your books and it just turned into a stupid giggle fest.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
The who can we make fun of next fest.
I've told DA that we're Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. There's an episode that we're right on, and the next one, we're screwed.
Yeah, it's going to be goofball.
Okay, good night, Josh, and everybody else. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
Thanks, Kat. Thank you. That was absolutely awesome for a last-minute guest.
Yeah. I was surprised. I was surprised she was agreeable to come on so late. And so I was like, yeah, I'll text her. See what's going on.
I want to tell a quick story of one of our guests that joined us. His name was Dean Devlin. I believe you recognize the name. Did quite a few movies, and he was a producer and writer most of the time. And we interviewed him while he was working on Warehouse 13. But he was on for about an hour and a half with us. Never forget it. He was really fun. And in the interview, I asked him, the speech. And he's like, yes, the speech. I said, how long did it take you to write that? And he said something to the effect of, we actually wrote the speech in about 10 minutes. It took us 3 months to get it right. And that is the President Whitmore speech in Independence Day.
That was a good speech.
He said he knew what they wanted to say. So it was really relatively easy to write it down. But again, it took them 3 weeks for what ended up on screen, which is absolutely awesome if you think about it. Yeah.
They put that much attention to detail.
It's a phenomenal speech. There's so many things in that movie, and I love it when he says, and today, by the way, it's July 4th, and once again we will be fighting for our right. We will once again be fighting not for our right, whatever, but our right to live, to survive. It's a damn awesome speech. When I saw the preview for the movie, they gave the speech, and I'm like, holy crap! What is this movie? I gotta see it! And one of the most iconic bits in a movie. The movie was great. It arrived at a perfect time. I'm not sure if I told everyone. I think I told DA this, that my friend that I grew up with, well, not grew up with, I went to school with, Fausto Sierra Peniche. His sister worked at the Montebello AMC, so we got 2 tickets. We went to see the movie Phenomenon
with John Travolta.
And the double feature was Independence Day. And we went later in the evening.
An interesting combo.
Yes, I was exhausted. It's an emotional ride. Oh, my God. Independence Day begins on July 2nd, then July 3rd, and then July 4th. And I remembered, July 4th? I kind of tried to see my watch. I was like, it's 12:14 a.m. on July 4th. So I saw Independence Day on July 4th. Even though my ticket says July 3rd. How you doing?
Well, wound up on I'm hungry.
4 hours, dude.
Wanted to say, at the request of several people on my author page, I now have a new updated timeline.
Ho! 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 There. For each blank, I did a ho.
Well, I plan on filling those blanks, and I will have to extend the timeline because there's going to be quite a few books between where I'm at now and the beginning of Ragnarok.
That's impressive. I like it. That is impressive.
And I went back and updated the list as well.
Codename Wild Hunt, Death in Dyatlov Pass. Woohoo! Can we go back to that one real quick?
Sure,
Sorry.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Blood Eagle's done. You're working on Uncanny Valley. And then the new one, Man's Marauders. You went it too far. And then we have Lakeview Man, Beast of Blunk Road, Apex Predator, Dark Moon. I wonder if that's like the Transformers, The Dark of the Moon. But anyway.
No.
Codename Wild Hunt, Death in Dyatlov Pass, Nightmare Hunter, The Curse of Uruguru. Dream better get off his ass. And book 2, Man's Marauders Under the Eagle. And then possible Gideon solo project, Lion of the Legion. Well, okay, what's that down there? Nightmare
I will have to get rid of the banner so you can see it.
Woman in White. It's a little insensitive, don't you think?
It's the it's the American name for La
La
Llorona,
Llorona! Yes.
which I may actually change it to La Llorona. I don't know.
Oh, good God. This is I mean, they're all personal, but damn. That's almost an attack on my person, on my being, on my very Ray de Trey. Look at that, folks. Look very carefully. The Wild Hunt book up on top. And then down at the bottom, color slides. Very good. Z glasses. Those actually look like my glasses, man. And the Nightmare Hunter.
An old school typewriter.
Yep. And a blank diary. Like Dr. Jones. Yes, son. That's where I keep all my notes.
Well, I actually wanted to put some stuff on the diary, but I couldn't get the program to get it right. It just didn't look natural, so I left it off.
No, it's all good. We've had quite a few comments. Roger says, I've got some likes, loves, and good comments from some of your new fans about those timelines.
Awesome.
Wow. That is cool. Josh Jones, Roger Peacock, they've been with us all night. We have several other souls that haven't identified themselves. Maybe they'll say hi. But it's been a lot of fun that you've been spending time with us. And we've just crossed the 4-hour mark. So this is great. I feel good. How do you feel, DA?
I feel all right, but we probably ought to wrap up soon. One thing I do want to say, and I want to bring this up now. Roger's the Nightmare Hunter. This is the Nightmare Hunter with Roger Noriega. But you all joining us, you guys are all Nightmare Hunters. And because of that, I would like the input from everybody that listens to this show on what the cover design for the Nightmare Hunter Uncanny Valley will look like. So everybody come up with your best ideas for the next Nightmare Hunter, and we'll go over those, and who knows, it might you might pick the design for the next Nightmare Hunter for the Nightmare Hunter book.
Wow, that's absolutely awesome.
I mean, it's not just I'm writing the story, but it's part of all of us.
Absolutely awesome. Absolutely. I'm grateful for that. It's just a thrill to be a part of it. I was kind of hoping to be in his Ragnarok, right? You've already heard this forever. And just a chance to be in the same shared universe. Screw you, MCW. So that's the Marvel Cinematic Universe, folks. It's all good. It's absolutely awesome to be a part of this. It's just crazy. All right, fair enough. And yes, folks, I don't take myself seriously. I do take myself seriously when I'm sitting down at my desk as a tax preparer, and I've been asked, and I've done this at work too. They ask for my opinion, or they ask for an answer, and someone says, "Are you sure?" That's an automatic, get the fuck out of my face. You just asked me for my answer, and upon me giving you an answer, am I sure? Their client sat down and they asked me a question. I gave them an answer, and they said, "Are you sure?" I said, "We'll never do business. Get out." "Oh, well, no. I'm like, no. I know how you treat your kids. I know how you treat your wife. I know how you treat everyone in your family. We're not here 2 minutes, and you've already questioned the first answer I gave you. We'll never do business. Get out." And people know that that's like my honest, "Are you sure?" Like, I know a goddamn Bigfoot when I see one. "Are you sure?"
And it wasn't a goddamn bear.
The funny thing is, I read that without knowing anything, and DA's jaw dropped apparently.
Yeah, because he nailed it. I mean, just how it was exactly how I envisioned in my head he would have said that.
That was funny. So yes, I'm looking forward. I'm gonna have to read the material in front of me, but I'm well into the next Apex Predator. Can't believe Dream passed me up. Everyone's been passing me up these last 2 weeks. Damn them all.
Well,
The
Dream's been
benevolent
reading pretty
dictator is not
hardcore.
happy. Yeah, but this benevolent dictator is not happy. That's so funny. Here it is. They say you should never poke a bear with a stick. But sometimes all you have is a stick, and it wasn't a goddamn bear. That's too easy. And I read that without knowing.
When we do the audiobook, you've got to narrate them.
It's not even a question. It's a moment of humility. I'm in. If you want me to narrate something, I'm in. So, yeah, I would be humbled. I am humbled. Sorry, I am humbled. So it's all good. Ooh, I guess
That's a really good idea, Josh. Josh says, I think it'd be cool if you had a progressive murder board style thing that just constantly added new cryptids to the board on each book in a behind a desk with that accoutrement on the first cover.
Accoutrement. Ooh. Hey.
That's a really cool idea.
That really is, yes. That would be cool, Josh. Josh, that is cool.
Josh, up until this point, all of my covers have been done by Michael Fisher from J. Ellington. Wonder what Adam would charge me to do that layout and have Adam do the cover this time. We'll have to get with him for the exact specifics because it has to be a very specific size and pixel count to be accepted by Amazon. But I think Adam could do it if he'd be interested. So maybe we should put the question to Adam. But that would be awesome to have that.
Okay. DA asked me to do a cover one time, actually an image of the Nightmare Hunter. And I told him, no problem, DA, give me 5 minutes and I'll be back to you because he knows that I'm an artist. And I responded with the flare gun, Nightmare Hunter. And all I can say is that DA has never asked me for any art again. He asked me to flesh it out. And do you know what I did? I drew it in color. I thought that was kind of funny. He didn't think it was funny.
I think it's funny.
No, when he asked me to flesh it out, like I said, I used color I was a yellow gun. And he didn't like it. So I don't think he's going to be asking me to do the art again. Sorry. Did you notice that the stick figure's thin? I think that's what he meant by fleshing it out. And I stuck to the fact that he was thin. So, here. Let me fatten him up a little bit. Thanks, Raj. That's funny. Okay, look, I fleshed him out a little bit.
A little bit.
I appreciate that, Raj. Oh, man. It's good. But, DA, we've already gone over even from the time that you said you kind of wanted to end. Folks, we know you're watching to the end, both live and in the archive. The numbers are absolutely stunning. We are eternally grateful. We're glad that Kat had a few gifts for us. And, of course, DA and we're just thankful. We love doing this. And any chance that we can give out a little bit, we can't just give everything out, but we enjoy giving out these prizes. And now, officially, let's see, Roger won, Robert Thompson, and Sergio. So we've had 3 winners of the Nightmare Hunter, which is really kind of cool. That's really neat. I'm eternally grateful for that. But beyond that, DA, go get...
There's one thing I want to say.
I started say, go get some.
This is for anybody that's interested. I started a public group on Facebook called Team DA Roberts, and I added a few people that I knew that would be interested in helping spread the word, so to speak. I would post I do Facebook ads for my books. When I do a promotion, I post it there, and people that joined the group are going to are there to help share it to their own timelines in it. And the only way Facebook will let your promotions get out very far is if you pay them. And I've talked to authors who've done that, and they don't really get much of a return. But when people that are in this group share it on their timeline, it's exponential how far the word of the books travels. And it grows at an astronomical rate.
Dichotomy, accoutrements, and exponential.
Well, I will post the link in the chat. But it went from when I first built it, like not even a week ago, with like 16 people. And some of the people that are in it started adding friends of theirs as well, that people were that liked the books and wanted to know more about them. And we're at 97 right now. It's grown by leaps and bounds in just a few days.
Too late. Wow, not bad.
So hopefully this is the beginning of good things. The farther my books get out there, the more I'm going to be able to give away promo codes and copies of books and things like that.
DA, I forgot. We should have mentioned plethora. That's another word that we use right here.
Definitely. El Guapo, would you say we have a plethora of piñatas?
It just doesn't get much better than that. Oh,
sí, El Guapo, I would say we have a plethora of piñatas.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish that one off because I was trying to go to the link right now. I'm so sorry.
Hey, you're fine. I like doing the voices.
Oh, God, yes. You are so funny. I'm so envious of you because you're able to do those voices. All right. Well, there it is, folks. DA, if you have anything else other than that, go and place an order. And I want to thank you for this. If you want to go again tomorrow, you just let me know.
I'd be down.
Okay. All right. Well, folks, let us know if you want us to go again tomorrow. Come and join us. We'd have a ball.
Hell yeah. And, Tuesday, Nightmare Hunter in America.
Oh, that was so funny. It was so damn. I think we did that on another one too, didn't we?
Mm-hmm. Monday, Nightmare Hunter in America, followed by Tuesday, Nightmare Hunter in America.
Damn. I'm not going to be able to do it Wednesday because I already have appointments, but it doesn't end. Thank God. But it's all good in the hood, folks. Again, I thank you all for the good thoughts. I believe some people were really trying to get a hold of me, and I do apologize because. Excellent, Josh. Oh my God, talk about a bastardization. Oh, that's funny.
Thursday, Nightmare Hunter in America with the guys. That's funny.
Josh is familiar with the universe. Thank you. I believe Roger actually joined in on our sports program as well, which was really fun. I'm really stunned and surprised that is happening. So I'm eternally grateful, and we are just thrilled beyond belief. So we have several watching on our Twitter page right here on the Nightmare Hunter page as well. We're just stunned, and we thank you. And as of the 1st, we're going to be extending to numerous outlets as well. There you go, Josh. There you go.
And I would like to say that there would be no DA verse of books without all of you. Writing is about the stories. Writing is a journey that we're taking together, and I'm humbled and amazed by how many of you have chosen to take this journey with us. And it's truly amazing to me that to see the books reaching so many people that enjoy the writing, enjoy the stories, because that's what it's all about to me. It's about sharing the stories, and doing these shows is just me and Roger heckling and goofing off and having a good time. To me, the writing is what it's about. And I love the fact that so many people have enjoyed the books and are willing to come listen to us too, acting like fools and goofing and laughing, uh, and share their experiences not only with the books but to talk to us about cryptids and the Dyatlov Pass, and just it's just a really amazing experience. And I want to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for sharing this journey with me.
Obviously, DA, from my heart, from my speech, and from my mind, you are taking us to places that some of us never even thought we could go.
Well, it's a group effort. It is, because there's no one person more important than the others. I mean, Roger, you're my brother in every sense of the word. I feel, and I'm humbled and privileged that so many people have been so supportive and seeing this vision grow. And it's not just mine now. It's a shared world, and it's not just shared universe because the characters cross books. It's a shared universe because all of you are helping to shape it as well. And to me, that's just incredible.
No doubt. And not, not much to say. I guess I did. I was trying to say, well, I have not much to say to that, DA. But apparently I do. Based it on the fact that he's my brother and I'm his. Who's our mama?
I don't know, but she ain't pretty.
Oh, you're funny. You're funny. Yeah, she is. There's no doubt about that. All right, folks. It's all good. DA, go order out. I'm going to read tonight. I have a lot to read. I'm looking forward to that. And Roger, Josh, you guys have been everyone has been leaving lots of comments today with us, but you guys are still at the very end with us. It makes us not want to leave. But
if I wasn't starving, I wouldn't. I mean, my wife's been messaging me for like the last hour. Hey, I'm hungry. Hey, when are you gonna be done? I want to eat.
Yeah, we can't piss off our significant others. Ladies and gentlemen, from us to you, we'll be on again, and thanks for spending time with us. Hopefully, if you laughed a bit, then it was worth it.
And tune in probably. Well, we'll watch for tomorrow night, because who knows? God, we might do something crazy and have another one because Roger suggested it, and now I'm loving the idea. But also tune in this week on DAX Machina on Saturday night. I'll have Carrie Davis, Pocket Doc from the books, will be joining me to talk about Dark Angel Medical, talk about the books and about some of his own crazy experiences. It's going to be a good time. And don't forget, hit that like, subscribe, smash that like and subscribe button, and hit the, if you're on YouTube, hit the little bell so you get alerts whenever we're doing a video. And thank you guys for joining us, and you guys are the absolute best.
On Saturday, Sports Talk with the Guys, home of the Monday Morning Quarterbacks. On Saturday, the purveyors of the zombie apocalypse, as well as this Sunday, All Tower Media. So, all good.
Media.
Oh, little flashing light in the background would have been good, but some of our audience might have flipped out, so I don't know. He's DA. I am Roger.
Thanks, Roger.
And folks, we are the Nightmare Hunters. Good hunting. Peace!